the Head of Research, Center for Chemistry, BRIN, Professor Dr. Yeni Meliana, MSc, our honorable speakers and moderators, and also all of distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, let me say how wonderful it is to see all of you here today, both those attending in person and those joining us virtually. My name is Dwi Safira Marlin.
And I am Abdurrahman Zaki.
And we are your Master of Ceremony for today's opening session of our exciting the 10th International Symposium on Applied Chemistry, ISAC, and the 4th International Conference on Chemical Process and Product Engineering, ICCPPE, in conjunction with the 11th Conference on Emerging Energy and Process Technology concept with our theme, transforming research and innovations toward a sustainable future. This symposium is held October 23 until 24, 2024, organized by Research Center for Chemistry, National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN, Department of Chemical Engineering, Diponegoro University, and Department of Chemical Engineering, University Teknologi Malaysia, supported by PPI Tangerang Selatan. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the event, we will begin by honoring our country with the singing of the national anthem, Indonesia Raya dan Negaraku. Please rise and join in as we sing together.
Jam berapa kemarin?
The next song is Negara. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the International Symposium with warm welcome remarks from the Chairman of ISAC to open the Symposium. Sudiarmanto, PhD, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable all keynote speakers, Professor Masato Tominaga from Saga University, Professor Brian Yuliarto from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Profesor Tatsu Maruyama, Kobe University, Dr. Nur Farhana Ja'far, University Science Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Purwanto, Diponegoro University, Profesor Chong Min Lee, PhD, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Profesor Dr. Hazliza Bahruji, University Brunei Darussalam, Profesor Agus Haryono, National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN, and the last is Professor Dr. Muhammad Muzabar Hussain from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral, Saudi Arabia. Honorable all invited speakers, Honorable Professor Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, Master of Science, as Chair of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Professor Dr. Ratno Nuryadi, Master of Engineering, as the Chair of Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, BRIN, Professor Dr. as the Head of Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN, Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Sahul Hamid Yusuf, the Chair of Concept UTM, Wijayanto, PhD from Vice Rector for Diponegoro University, Dr. Rozik Himawan as Vice Chairman of PPI South Tangerang, to all partnership and to all presenter and participants of ISAC ICCPPE Concept 2024. As the chairman of today's symposium, which is organized by the Research Center for Chemistry BRIN, Department of Chemical Engineering Undip, Department of Chemical Engineering UTM, we have the support by PPI South Tangerang. I would like to welcome all guests and participants of this symposium. This conference with the theme of transforming research and innovation toward a sustainable future, that is held through two methods such as online and offline as hybrid system. We are really honored and to organize this conference that more than 150 registered participants across the world are participating in this conference, and we are also honored as all accepted peer review paper will be considered for publication in reputable journal and proceeding that's indexed by Scopus. Here, I am also delighted to acknowledgement for the support material. Special thanks to PT LMS Indonesia and then PT Sinergi as main sponsorship in this conference. Finally, I sincerely hope that all participants will have an interesting and productive meeting and apologize for any inconvenience during the introduction of our assistants. Thank you and have a nice day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech from Sudiarmanto, PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech from Chair Concept UTM, Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Sahul Hamid Yusuf. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And very good morning to everyone who are here. Okay, guest of honor, our Dr. Sudianto, Chair of ISAC 2024. Dr. Wijayanto, PhD, Vice Rector for Diponegoro University. Dr. Rozik Hirmawan, Master Engineering, Vice Chairman of PPI Kota Tenggara Selatan, Prof. Dr. Yeni Meliana, our Master SI, Head of Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN. Welcome to our joint conference of Concept 11, ISAC 2024 and ICCPPE 2024, focusing with the theme of transforming chemical research and innovation towards a sustainable future. Okay. As the conference chair, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to our joint conference. A heartfelt welcome, okay, to everyone here who are joining us physically and also joining us online. And a special welcome to our keynote speakers. Okay, we have Prof. Masato Tominaga, Prof. Tatsuo Maruyama, okay, all right, let's continue. Okay, for our keynote speakers, okay, I welcome you all, especially to our Prof. Masato Tominaga, Prof. Tatsuo Maruyama, Prof. Brian Yuliarto, Dr. Nur Fahana Jaafar, Prof. Agus Haryono, Prof. Jong Min Lee, Prof. Hasliza Bahruji, Prof. Purwanto, and also Prof. Muhammad Mozahar Hussein. Okay. It is our shared responsibility today to leverage our expertise and creativity to drive forward the transition towards a greener and more sustainable future in the chemical industries. Okay. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committees, our speakers, presenters, participants, attendees for their invaluable contribution to this event. Let us work together not only to transform our insight to impactful action, but also to foster connections that will support each other professionally. I encourage everyone to commemorate that comes from being part of this vibrant community. Okay? So may our time here be both productive and enjoyable. So let us have a good time here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Sahul Hamid Yusuf.
Now, We may call Vice Rector for Diponegoro University, Wijayanto, SIP, MSc, PhD. Wijayanto, SIP, MSc, PhD, the floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today in this International Symposium of Applied Chemistry 2024 as we deeply discuss a topic of profound importance, transforming research and innovation to secure a sustainable future. As we face mounting challenges from climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, and rapid urbanization, it becomes clearer than ever that the future we aspire to requires bold, visionary, and collaborative action. To achieving this, we rely on the power of research and innovation, two most important tools for shaping our future. The transformation we seek requires us to rethink how we approach these critical areas, ensuring they work in service of the planet and its people. Research is the foundation of knowledge, the building block of progress. The transformation of research must start with a commitment to interdisciplinary. Climate change, for example, is not just an environmental issue. It also affects economies, societies, health, and food systems. Therefore, research needs to elevate interdisciplinary fields such as environmental science, economics, social sciences, and engineering, especially for applied chemistry, which is the main topic of this symposium. Innovation is often acclaimed as the engine of progress, but not all innovation drives us toward a sustainable future. Many of the breakthroughs we celebrate have come at a significant cost to our environment and society. The next era of innovation must prioritize sustainability at its core. In addition, we must recognize the potential of local indigenous knowledge in driving sustainable innovation. Finally, we must not overlook the role of education in this transformation. It's essential to prepare the next generation of researchers, innovators, and leaders to think critically about sustainable future. Educational institutions need to embed sustainability principles across curricula, fostering a mindset that values long-term environmental stewardship and social responsibility alongside economic growth.
In closing, the transformation
of research and innovation is not just an option, it is a must, a necessity. The stakes are high, but so too is our potential. By fostering interdisciplinary research, prioritizing sustainable innovation, increasing collaborative partnerships, and educating future leaders, we can turn the flow toward a future that is not only sustainable, but also thriving and resilient. I wish you have a fruitful discussion during the conference. I hope the symposium could bridge the networking among participants. With the permission from all of you, I officially open this symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wijayanto, SIP, MSc, PhD, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the Vice Chairman of Perhimpunan Periset Indonesia, PPI, Dr. Rozik Himawan, MN, to deliver the speech. Dr. Rozik Himawan, MN, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency, Chair of Research Organization Nanotechnology and Material, Head of Research Center for Chemistry, and also Chair of the Committee of the 3 conferences, and also esteemed keynote and invited speakers, distinguished participants, colleagues from academia, research institution, and industry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and peace be upon you all. It is my great honor to stand before you today on behalf of the Indonesian Research Union. In bahasa Indonesia, we call it Persatuan Periset Indonesia or PPI. From chapter Tangerang Selatan City, the co-organizer of this prestigious event. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending to these 3 conferences, both who has attending in here in the venue or by online. This gathering brings leaders, researchers, and innovators from around the globe, united by a shared passion for advancing scientific knowledge and technological innovation. I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for allowing me this opportunity to address such an esteemed audience. Special thanks go to our distinguished guests and speakers, whose insight will undoubtedly enrich the symposium or conferences and inspire continued innovation in our respective fields. The Indonesian Researcher Union is deeply committed to supporting and empowering its members in organizing and participating in scientific events like these conferences. As a union, we recognize the critical role that platforms like ISAC, ICCPPE, and CONCEPT play in the broader scientific community. They serve not only as a venue to disseminate cutting-edge research results, but also as a dynamic environment for the exchange of ideas, methodologies, and technologies. These exchanges foster creativity, sharpen research focus, and drive collaborative efforts that push the boundaries of what is scientifically and technologically possible. In a world where science and technology evolve at an unprecedented pace, the importance of international collaboration cannot be overstated. Conferences such as this provide invaluable opportunities for researchers from diverse disciplines and regions to connect, share knowledge, and establish lasting partnership. This collaboration often sparks new initiatives, leading to breakthroughs that transcend borders and contribute to solve global challenges. As we gather here over the 2 days, let us embrace the opportunity to not only to present our work, but also to engage in thoughtful discussion, challenge one another's idea, and explore new avenues for research and development. The cross-pollination of ideas and interdisciplinary dialogue can lead to truly transformative innovation. In closing, I would once again like to thank our esteemed guests and participants for their presence and contribution. Your engagement in this conference is not only a testament to your dedication to scientific excellence, but also a crucial step towards building a more sustainable, innovative, and interconnected world. Let us use this time wisely, and may this event lead to new collaboration, impactful discoveries, and continued progress in the fields of applied chemistry, chemical engineering, and emerging energy technologies. So, enjoy the conference, but also don't forget to also experience the rich culture of Yogyakarta, the beautiful of Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Razik Himawan M.Eng, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we may call Professor Dr. Yeni Meliana MSc, the head of Research Center for Chemistry, to deliver the welcoming speech. Professor Dr. Yeni Meliana, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kurang semangat assalamualaikumnya, waalaikumsalamnya. Ulang lagi ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Masih pagi, semangat ya gitu. Good morning to one and all present. So here respected to Dr. Muhammad Yusuf Sahul Hamid Yusuf, the chair of concept from University Technology Malaysia. Also respected to Prof. Wijayanto, SIP, MSc, PhD, Vice Rector of Diponegoro University, Vice Chairman PPI, Indonesian Researcher Union Kota Tangerang Selatan, Dr. Razik Himawan, and also their colleagues, my colleagues here, Prof. Didi, Prof. Aisyah, and keynote here, Prof. Mariama, Prof. Tominaga, also Bu Nur, Prof. Nur, and my colleagues also Prof. Julian, Prof. Blaise, and Prof. Indra here from USU, maybe already here. Also, of course, for the all committee and all participating delegate. It gives me immense pleasure on behalf of conference organizer in welcoming all of you to the 10th International Symposium on Applied Chemistry, ISAC, and the 4th International Conference on Chemical Process and Product Engineering, ICCPPE, also in conjunction with the 11th Conference on Emerging Energy and Process Technology concept, organized by Research Center for Chemistry, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Perhimpunan Periset Indonesia, PPI South Tangerang Selatan, and Diponegoro University, and also University Technology Malaysia. We are really thankful and grateful for your presence online and also offline here together with us to this conference, which reflects vigorous enthusiasm in collaborating international researchers. To this day, we had cordially invited all professors, researchers, scholars, and industry delegates to take this opportunity for international collaborative conference, which has result about 165 registered abstracts to be present on this conference. This conference have 15 main topics in scope of chemistry for sustainable of our future. We also glad and honored to know that the research in to be considered as an international output of publication in reputable journal and proceeding indexed by Scopus. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the constant effort to this international conference, and also for the sponsor from the PT LMS and PT Sinergi. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Yeni Meliana, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this event will try to bring up issues about materials chemistry and catalysis, surface chemistry and nanoparticles, polymer and macromolecular chemistry, organic and natural product chemistry, analytical and environmental chemistry, food chemistry and processing, computational and theoretical chemistry, design process and chemical engineering, biomass and bioprocess engineering, hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization and storage, renewable energy,
waste to wealth, energy management, safety and policy, power hybrid and integrated energy and smart systems, process intensification for efficient use for energy, natural medicine and nutraceutical, natural product and traditional medicine, pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutical technology and drug delivery system, analytical chemistry and chemical engineering, food technology and functional food.
In our symposium, there are 9 plenary speakers. Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga, Saga University, Japan. Profesor Brian Yuliarto, PhD, Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Profesor Tatsuo Maruyama, Kobe University, Japan. Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar, University Science Malaysia, Malaysia. Profesor Dr. Purwanto, Diponegoro University, Indonesia. Profesor Jong Min Lee, PhD, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Profesor Dr. Hasliza Bahruji, University Brunei Darussalam, Brunei. Profesor Agus Haryono, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Indonesia. And Profesor Dr. Muhammad Muzahar Hussain, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral, Saudi Arabia.
Our honorable guests, plenary speakers, moderators, and all of participants, let's take picture. For offline participants, please come to the stage. And online participants, please could you turn on the cam.
Di bawahnya boleh diisikan, diarahin aja.
For the participant, please come to the stage in the down of the stage or the second floor.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, we will start plenary session 1. We have 2 speakers on this session, Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga from Saga University, Japan, and Professor Brian Yuliarto, PhD, Institut Teknologi, Bandung, Indonesia. On this session will be moderated by Dr. Kiki Cornelia Sari Sembiring, M.Eng. Dr. Kiki Komerasari Sembiring M.Eng is a senior researcher at National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. She got her PhD degree from Energy Science, Kyoto University. Her expertise are catalysts and renewable energy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will give session to our moderators. Dr. Kiki Cornelia Sari Sembiring, M.Eng, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to all of you attending to the 10th ISAC and 4th ICCP in conjunction with 11 concept, both in person and in Zoom. To the distinguished speakers, guests, welcome to Yogyakarta. And to the organizing committee, I would like to thanks for having me here. I am Kiki Cornelia Sari Sembiring. It is actually very great pleasure to be a moderator in this event. So in this session, we will have 2 speakers, Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga with the topic of electrochemistry and application in biofuel cell and sensors for sustainable future. And then we also have Professor Brian Yuliarto, PhD, with his topic of development of metal organic framework-based biosensors for infectious disease. Those topics are highly relevant to the health issue and also to the energy transition and sustainability. Because in the future, of course, we need a simple sensor, simple equipment of sensors, and also the cost-effective one. And then in the future, the energy landscape shift towards the cleaner energy. So allow me to welcome Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga to the seat. Please, Professor Tominaga. And Professor Brian will join with us virtually by Zoom. So without further ado, to kick off the session, I will introduce Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga. Professor Tominaga received a bachelor degree in 1989 and master's in 1981 and doctoral in 1994 under Professor Isao Taniguchi as a supervisor from Kumamoto University. And then in 1908, he moved to the Kumamoto University College of Medical Science, and then to the Department of Applied Chemistry and Biochemistry of Kumamoto University as assistant professor, then associate professor. His present position started in 2016. He has many experiences as postdoctoral, visiting researcher, and visiting professors abroad. Professor Tominaga current research interest is the electron transfer reaction of biomolecules at electrode interfaces, such as carbon nanotubes, modified electrodes, and its application for enzyme catalyst, fuel cell, and microbial fuel cell. So I'd like to give a time to Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga. You will have a 30-minute presentation and then continue with Professor Brian. After that, we will have a panel discussion later. Okay, please, yes. Time is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi. Nama saya Masato Tominaga from Saga University, Japan. Nice to meet you. And, could you start? Point. Yes, thank you. Yes. Today, I would like to talk about the biofuel cell and biosensor by using electrochemical method. Okay, so again, Masato Tominaga, Saga University, Japan. Also, I'm an adjunct professor of ITS, Institute of Technologies, Blue Paper. I cannot. Okay, it's so small. First of all, I would like to give my great thanks to all of committee, especially head of steering committee and also head of committee member. I understand your big effort. I'm really appreciate for your big contribution and effort. Even last night, they are working until late night. I'm appreciate for their big effort. Thank you so much. Okay, so I came from Saga City, so I would try to introduce briefly about the Saga City. Saga City, we are here, we are Jakarta here, right? So maybe you know Tokyo and Osaka and Kyoto. Kyoto is close to the Osaka City. Saga City is located in south part of Japan, so in Kyushu Island. So the largest city in Kyushu Island is Fukuoka. Maybe some people visited Fukuoka City. So Saga City is located in local side. So there are many nature and the very nice, beautiful sightseeing, and also very quiet. So I think you can concentrate or focus your research and study. Not so noisy, and there is no traffic jam. Okay, so my group is not so big, around 10 students, so including 4 Indonesian students. So yes, I have I have 3 doctor students from Indonesia, especially ITS, and the one student, he is now master program student. So one student finished the doctor program, and now, just last month. Okay, so I have mainly 4 projects. One is the bioelectrochemistry by using a molecule, a protein, a biomolecule, something like that. And another one is microbial fuel cell, MFC. The another thing is I synthesize metallic nanoparticles and carbon nanotubes for making a sensor, biosensor. And the final one is this is we are basic research of tantal condenser. This research is collaborating with Panasonic. So I would like to introduce these 3 topics of my research. This is my content. There are 5 about the amoxicillin sensor, paper-based electrochemical biosensor, skin gas sensor, especially alcohol and acetaldehyde gas, and the enzyme catalyst fuel cell and microbial fuel cell. If I do not have a time, I will skip this part. Okay, first one is the amoxicillin sensor. My previous student, Dr. Shaimalinda Sari, who finished the doctor program 1 year ago, and then now she is working in BRIN. She did a big contribution to develop the amoxicillin sensor now. Okay, I think you know amoxicillin is one of the most used antibiotics in the world. So, sometimes amoxicillin released to the environment, and then there are some contamination in the world. So to detect the amoxicillin is important for monitoring the environment. So many researchers use the HPLC. But this method is a little bit complicated. We have to do plate treatment. On the other hand, electrochemical method is very convenient and also high sensitivity. We do not need to do the plate treatment. And also, amoxicillin is electrochemical active compound. So of course, some researchers developed some amoxicillin sensor by using electrochemical method. So yeah, they're using some carbon electrode, multiple carbon nanotube, something like that. Okay, so when we use the electrochemical method, amoxicillin oxidizes like this one at the electrode surface. The problem is this compound strongly adsorbed on the electrode surface. That is the problem. So when we use sensor again, so we have to refresh the surface of electrode, or we prepare the one-use sensor, one-use electrode, so meaning disposable electrode. I developed like this sensor, disposable sensor, one-use sensor. Okay, so many researchers maybe use the plastic film, but I selected the cellulose nanofiber and also carbon nanotubes because they are biodegradable materials, meaning they are good for the environment. Okay, how to prepare the electrode sensor? So at first we prepared a CNA film, a thickness around 60 micrometer. And then we cast carbon nanotube on the CNA film. So finally, we obtained like this film electrode. By using this film electrode, we observed very nice redox wave of ferricyanide. So it means we can use this electrode for the electrochemistry. Okay, also we characterize this electrode by using SEM and the XRD and the FTIR. Also, I characterize another method. Okay, this is the result of electrochemistry. So this is cyclic voltammogram as our electrode, our sensor, but without amoxicillin. Yes. So we observed like this oxidation curve. This is, I think, this is due to the water splitting, water decomposition. But in the case of amoxicillin presence in the solution, we observed like this one. This voltammogram almost similar to the result of amoxicillin. But we observe small peak around here. At the second peak, a second scan, we observe small, very small redox peak here. So this is due to this compound. This peak is so small, so we use another method, so square wave voltammetry. So by using this method, the peak is more clear, and this peak intensity depends on the amoxicillin concentration. This is the calibration curve. So amoxicillin concentration and the peak intensity. Our detection range is like this. And then also we analyze the electrochemical reaction like this one, but skip this one. Okay, so our sensor is very so many researchers develop the sensor by using a plastic. So in my case, I use the CNF film. So we have another advantage. So CNF cellulose nanofiber film can absorb the solution, can absorb the sample solution. So it means we just immersed in the sample solution. Already we can collect the sample solution. And then you can bring the, this electrode sensor to your laboratory, maybe become already dry. That is no problem. We just add the electrolyte solution, and then you can do electrochemistry. Even in the seawater, we can detect the amoxicillin, like this one. So you know seawater is containing a high concentration of sodium chloride, and around 0.6 molar NaCl. Even in that condition, we can detect the amoxicillin. Our detection range is a little bit wider than previous research, but we use the CNF film, so it's very good for the environment, also easy to collect the sample solution. Okay, next topic is paper-based electrochemical biosensor. Also, Dr. Shaimalinda Sari did a big contribution to develop this biosensor. So there are many types of paper-based sensor, right? So there are, we can categorize like this one, calorimetry, chemiluminescence, fluorescence, and electrochemistry. I'm an electrochemist, so I use the electrochemical method. And then I would like to detect the acetaldehyde by using enzyme-modified electrode. Okay, so there are two big problems. One point is acetaldehyde easily evaporated, very fast. Another point is we use the enzyme, so we have to do pH control because of enzyme activity is very sensitive to the pH. So, but sample solution is not always same pH, right? So sometimes acid, sometimes alkaline solution. So yeah, we cannot select the sample solution of pH of sample solution. So we prepared like this, cannot see where, like this paper-based electrode. So this is paper filter, and then this part is the carbon nanotubes. And then I covered this part by using a CNF film. Okay, so this CNF mask inhibited the acetaldehyde evaporation. Also, solution flows smoothly on the top. This is a photo of the this paper electrode when we use the CNF mask. This is a photo without CNF mask. So sample is a little bit scattered, but in this case, we obtained a very nice sample flow. Okay, and then how we control the pH. Okay, so we embed the sample buffer salt in the electrode surface. So at first we immersed this filter, the paper electrode into the higher buffer solution, and then make a dry. As a result, buffer salt embedded in the inside of electrode. As a result, so like this one, so always we obtain the, this part always shows the pH 5.5. Even we use the acid solution and also alkaline solution, always like this. Yes, when we use the, after like this method, we observe the same intensity of peak current. So this peak current is due to the enzyme reaction, like this one. So this enzyme oxidizes acetaldehyde, and then this enzyme gives electron to the electrode. As a result, we observed like this oxidation current. So this peak is this peak current. So even we use acid solution, alkaline solution, peak intensity almost flat. Okay, and then this is the calibration curve. This is concentration of acetaldehyde, and this is the current intensity. So like this one. So okay, so in the pH solution, pH acid solution, alkaline solution, exactly same calibration curve we can obtain. Okay, so next is skin gas sensor to detect alcohol and acetaldehyde. So these students contributed to develop the skin gas sensor, especially Dr. Chitra. She finished her doctor program last month, and she came back to Indonesia already last month. Okay, so what is the skin gas? Skin gas is breath from the breath and our skin. So our skin or breath release like this organic compound, even acetone. So a healthy person release acetone like this concentration. If we have a sick, so acetone concentration is increased like this one. Also, this organic compound and the organic concentration, it depends on your health condition, also disease. Okay. But skin gas is very low gas concentration, also mixed gas. So when you develop the skin gas sensor, there are two big requirements. One is selectivity and sensitivity. To achieve the selectivity, I use the enzyme And then also to achieve the sensitivity, I use the electrochemical method. Electrochemistry is very, very sensitive. Okay, so some researchers use the enzyme to develop the skin gas sensor. So this researcher used the amperometric method, but the detection sensitivity is not so high. Another researcher used the NADH combined with the enzyme. They use the fluorescence. So in this case, it's very high sensitivity, like this one. Okay, so I have a dream. In the future, I want to prepare like this sensor. So sensor is including your smartwatch, and then with the sensor device, and then always you can monitoring your condition by measurement of skin gas. Okay, so what is the principle of our skin gas sensor? We use also enzyme. For example, to detect the alcohol, we use the alcohol dehydrogenase. So this enzyme oxidizes ethanol, and then this enzyme take 2 electrons from the ethanol, and then this enzyme give electron to the electrode. And finally, we observe like this oxidation current. Okay, again, we use the cellulose nanofiber film, like this one. And then we cast the carbon nanotube on the CNF film surface, and we prepare like this film electrode. Okay, and then this part is modified with enzyme. The another part is counter electrode, and the another part is the reference electrode. Okay, this sensor did not directly touch to the substrate, so there is some space. But ethanol gas evaporated from here, and then ethanol gas solved in the electrolyte solution, and then we observed like this catalytic current. Yes, and this oxidation catalytic current depends on the ethanol gas concentration. And then we fix the electrode potential, like this one, we can detect the ethanol gas concentration. And the repeatability is also very nice. See, we tried 3 times. We observed all the, this is calibration curve, and we observed exactly same response. Okay, so we applied this skin gas sensor to a human substrate. This is me. I drank a small amount of ethanol, a Japanese sake. So I drank like this amount of ethanol, and then this sensor set on my wrist, like this one. Okay, the result is like this one. Okay, so I drank alcohol at this time, and then around 3 minutes later, the current is suddenly increasing. It means my skin released the alcohol gas. Okay, and then around 15 minutes later, this current peak is decreasing. We can convert this current to the gas concentration by using a calibration curve. Okay, so and then from this decreasing rate, we can calculate decomposition rate of alcohol. In my case, 6 grams per hour. Basically, so 5 to 6 grams per hour. So my condition is good. Maybe you think about, oh, I know the breath analyzer, right? I compared the I compared our skin gas sensor to the breath analyzer. Okay, we did both measurement. So this is the result of breath analyzer. So before a drink, and then at this time, so we can detect the alcohol by using this breath analyzer, but 600 seconds later, we cannot detect. But on the other hand, our skin gas can always detect the alcohol concentration. Even this time, we can detect like this one. But you need to pay attention to this breath gas concentration is 100 times higher than skin gas concentration. Okay, so when we use another enzyme, we can also detect the, when we use the aldehyde dehydrogenase, we can detect the acetaldehyde. So yeah, like this one. Yes. So now we use like this potential start. Now I'm developing like this very small potential step. I'm developing like this, so like a smartwatch. Okay. So we can detect the like this very small ethanol gas and the acetaldehyde gas. How many time I have? 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So next topic is enzyme catalyst fuel cell. I do not have enough time. I've skipped some slide. Okay. So we can enzyme as a catalyst to develop the fuel cell. Maybe, yes, we use the lactase and the glucose dehydrogenase. Lactase can act as the catalyst for reduction of oxygen. And then this enzyme oxidizes the glucose. We prepare these enzyme. We prepare the fuel cell by using this enzyme. Okay. Okay, this is also CNF film electrode. We observed like this electricity. Okay, next is microbial fuel cell. These students did a big contribution to develop the microbial fuel cell, MFC, especially Miss Chanipa. She finished the master program in my laboratory. Now she is working in Panasonic in Japan. Okay, so I developed some fuel cell. In this case, I use the metallic nanoparticles. The fuel is glucose. Yeah, I prepared like this one. And the next, also we developed like this biofuel cell by using an enzyme as a catalyst. So this is the fructose solution. This is carbon filter electrode modified with enzyme, 2 types of enzyme. Yeah, see, you can observe the, we obtained like this electricity. Okay, so for me, microbe is same to the enzyme and the metallic nanoparticles. I think this is like a catalyst for me. For example, this is MFC. This sediment from sea, the sea sediment, and then this is just carbon ferrite electrode. So we can obtain like this electricity. There are many types of MFC cell, especially single chamber MFC, double chamber MFC, and also like this MFC. But recently we developed like this stick type MFC because it's very easy to set this MFC in the sediment or something more easily. I think everybody can use this stick type MFC. Okay, I set this MFC in the party field, and then we obtained like this electricity. So in Japan, there are 4 seasons, right? So we can investigate only summer season. And then we prepared another MFC. This length only 20 centimeter. And then this sediment from the creek near my university, okay? And then I set this MFC in this creek sediment. I did not any additional nutrient, only sediment. And then connect to the, like this small device with the humidity sensor, temperature sensor, also transmitter. Okay. Yes. MFC generates electricity, and then this device, this small device has a condenser. So condenser collects the electricity, and then condenser become full, so suddenly release, and then these sensor act, measure the temperature and the humidity, and transmit. And this device also transfers the data by using a transmitter device. And then we can detect the data. Okay, so this is a, okay. Okay, thank you. This is the result. So we can detect the, like this data for almost 1.5 years. During this time, I did not add any nutrient, only added the water. So why there is a limitation? Because the current is decreasing. It is due to the nutrient. Microbe use the nutrient, right? So this is the batch type cell. So nutrient always decreasing. Okay. Finally, I would like to thank you to all of this research funding, and also, I visited Indonesia many times. This is 14th time, 1/4 times for me. Thank you very much. I also invited many Indonesian students, also docents, from 2015. Yeah, a bit, yeah, ITS, right? ITK, and also UNSRI and something like that. Yes. So if you have an interesting in this program, please let me know. Maybe I can help you. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. Terima kasih, Baya. Thank you so much.
Arigatou gozaimashita, Tominaga Sensei. So I know, please have a seat. Now I have a knowledge that many toxic gases can come out from our skin. And now we will shift to Professor BRIN. I will introduce Professor BRIN briefly. So Professor BRIN Yuliarto received a bachelor degree in 1999 from Engineering Physics Institut Teknologi Bandung, and got master degree in 2002 and doctoral degree in 2005 from Department of Quantum Engineering and Systems Science Department, University of Tokyo. He has many experiences as visiting professors in Japan and India, and so many collaboration with regional and international institutes. His current research focus is on nanomaterials and biosensor area. And now we will have Professor BRIN sharing session. Okay, please.
I'm very glad to talk here. We hope that we can share knowledge and continue with some collaboration. So let me start my presentation this morning. I will give presentation with the title of Development of Metal Organic Framework Based by Sensor for Infectious Disease. Let me start to share the presentation. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation. I hope my voice clear enough to all of you. So actually, as I stated before, I'll give presentation titled Development of Metal Organic Framework Based by Sensors for Infectious Diseases. I belong to the Advanced Functional Materials Laboratory, Engineering Physics Department, Faculty of Industrial Technology, Institute Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Beside me, of course, we have several researchers involved in this research. So I thank you to Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, Dr. Nilul Septiani, Dr. Gilang Bilar, Professor Nugraha, and Professor Ahmad Nuruddin. And of course, this is also cooperation between ITB and BRIN. So, as we know well, that actually there are several things in the parts of biosensor. We have transducers in the first layer, and then after that we have nanomaterials as a sensitive layer, and after that we have biorecognition elements, amplifier, microcontroller, and finally display. We see here we concern more on the nanomaterials. We want to make some modification in nanomaterials, so we hope that we can increase the performance of biosensor, and we can easily detect some infectious diseases in Indonesia using these biosensors. So one of the nowadays famous materials where many researchers involved in called porous nanomaterials. Because why this porous nanomaterials is very interesting, because they have high surface area, so that it can abundant active sites available inside of the surface area. And then after that, they also have the tunable pore, means that they theoretically increase the loading and transportation of certain compounds within the pores. After that, we also make the porous material can be functionalized physicals, which means it could be modified with various chemical groups. And the other one is stable matrix. They have stable matrix, mean that materials could make the biomolecules immobilized, resist the biodegradation under extreme conditions. So one of the interesting on porous materials, namely metal organic framework, because as we know that the metal organic framework as a porous material, they have high surface area, so it can be abundant active sites, and also the pore can be tuned, means that the tunable pore, and finally also the tunable surface chemistry. So here is the system that we in our laboratory already developed. They have some early detection system, there are two approaches in the development of early detection system or diagnostic system. The first one using electrochemical sensors, and the second one using optical sensors based on surface plasma resonance. So both of the technique we already developed in our laboratory, and the electrochemical sensors we can detect for the dengue, hepatitis, glucose, prostate biomarker, uric acid, and dopamine. For optical biosensors using surface plasma resonance, we also like breast cancer marker, COVID-19 virus, and tuberculosis also glucose. So let's start for the first one, copper MOF for hepatitis B early detections. As we know, actually, that ICUS 1 nanoparticles we modified using variation of modular amount, and you can see here the copper MOF when we make a variation of modular. So using the adrenaline, we can control the particle size. Means that the higher the adrenaline amount, the smaller the smaller particles we can get. So here is we make some modification, copper more, and then edit by the adrenaline 10, 15, 20, and 25. So we got here that the highest performance we got in the addition of the adrenaline about 20. As a result, we continue the sensing performance detection using the high copper MOF 20. So we make here and very good CV curve here, very stable. As we know that we also develop the instrumentation of this detection system using electrochemical. We name it as a FM stat, and we compare with the palm sense, which is commercially available in the market. So we can see here that the result of our AFM stat compared to palm sense is quite same, exactly same. So means that we can continue using our instrumentation here. And after that, we make some DPV testing. Here we add the antibody and also BSA. So we can see when we add the BSA, and antibody, the current of resulting electrochemical decrease, indicating that there is bending between the surface area of copper MOF with the antibody and BSA, indicating that this sensor can work very well. And after that, we make some detection testing using variation of hepatitis B virus, as can be shown here. We make some variation from 0.01 to be 20, and the result is very good. We make then the linearity here, and we got very good linearity. And finally, using this testing, we calculate the limit of the detection as low as 0.868 picogram per milliliter. And here is we make some testing using other type of hepatitis, because as we know that sometimes the human taken by hepatitis B, we cannot understand which type of hepatitis attack us. So when you're using blank, of course there is no response at all, it's good. And when we compare with the detection with A, B, C, D type of hepatitis, there is response, although the B, that's this is our target actually, still has higher compared to A, C, and D, indicating that our sensors can selected can select the results for hepatitis B as we proposed. However, as we see here, that hepatitis C still also high response, indicating that the selectivity is not so good for hepatitis B type. So we continue this result with the real human serum, using human serum. As we can see here, you can see here that this is the human serum, and this is the blue one. The dash means the PBS. PBS means the synthetic carrier. We compare with the human serum. This is important because human serum consists of so many proteins inside of the blood. We want to make sure is there any noise or false of detection because existing of the many protein. However, we can see that the result is very good. The biosensor can separate it between positive and negative. So the biosensor chip has capability to sense hepatitis surface antigen in human serum. And here we show to all of you how the view of our detection system. We make here, and this is the display of the system test type. Just put the SPCE. This is the SPCE where our MOF materials surface deposited on, and we put the antibody BSA, and of course we finally drop with the antigen here. Just put here, and then we can begin measurement, and finally they will show the positive or negative result. So this is very simple one compared to other like PCR and other. Okay, the next one, we want to show to all of you about the copper MOF for dengue viral detection. So we make the one-dimensional HPUST1 prepared by adding high amount of 3-ethanolamine. Again, we make variation with several types, several amount of ethanolamine, 20, 35, and 40 here. So we can see that the ethanolamine also enriches the surface functional group on the surface of HPUST1. So here we also measure here the XRD pattern of SQST. This is the reference, and this is the S additional 20, 35, and 40. And we also measure the FTIR spectrum for all the samples. All the measurement, SEM, XRD, and FTIR indicating that our material can be controlled, the surface area pattern can be controlled by the additional amount of ethanolamine. So we want to get which one the maximum of the optimum materials added that show the best result for our sensors. So this is the electrochemical measurement of the S40 electrodes. Here, the DPV curve of S40, and then after that we add the antibody, and after that we also have the BSA added here, and we can see that the sensor show decreasing of current, indicating that the binding can be happen in the surface area of the chip of the chip. And this is the Nyquist plot of our measurement, and it's so very good. And we also make some variation difference with the different concentration of the NS1 dengue virus from the concentration of 0.01 until 10. And we make the linearity here, very good linearity. We call that R square 0.96. And we calculate the LOD of detection of immunosensor around 0.932 picogram per milliliter with the 96% of linearity. And here is the step step-by-step functionalization of the carbon electron surface, the antibody functionalized surface is then used as an electrochemical input sensor for the detection of MS1 protein biomarkers. And after that, the sensing event was quantitatively observed by monitoring the change in the rate of speed using the EV technique. So this is the step-by-step. When we add the antibody here, and then we add the antigen, and then the BSA as well. So the currents decrease significantly and properly as a function of the amount of the antigen. Okay, then we also make some stability for several samples. There are 5 samples we make, and recently you can see that the response is relatively stable, above 90%, indicating that the reproducibility of the sample is very good. However, we have some problem with the storage time. As we measure here, the response sensitivity quite increased up to 80%, even lower, indicating that this type of sensor should be directly using after drop in the surface area. So, I mean, we cannot store quite long for the sensor after the dropping of the materials and antibody and antigen. The next one we measure about the selectivity. We compare with some other protein exist in the blood of the human serum, like urea, uric acid, glucose, and BSA. We see that the density show much different compared to other protein in the body serum, indicating that this biosensor can detect very well when some when the human affected by the when the dengue or dengue virus. And also we make some measurement using human serum, the real human serum, and compare it with the PBS. So we can see here that the human serum showing very same, exactly same, when compared to the PBS, indicating that although the human serum consists of many types of protein, this biosensor can capture the density very well, and there is no noise and distraction with others protein. And here we also measure the XPS analysis shows that presence of amino group originated from protein to prove the occurrence of binding even of antibody on the surface of S40 electron. Okay, the next one we measure about the amorphous SBST or dengue detection. We introduce this dengue but another MOF type. And here amorphous SBST unfortunately was prepared by using co-operativization methods. And we compare with the dioxide nanoseeds were also prepared by introducing amorphous SBST in water for 6 hours. So both of the materials we want to compare which one show a better response. Externally, FFTR confirmed the formation of amorphous SBST and carbon dioxide. Amorphous SBST1 has spherical inside, while carbon dioxide has nanoseeds in the same. So here we measure simple proximity. We comparing amorphous and carbon dioxide nanoseed. Simple complementary measurement we used from 0.2 to B1 volts, and you can see here clearly that the amorphous SBST has higher current, so it has better catalytic properties compared to carbon dioxide and nanostructure, nanoseed. And when we make the linearity, we calculate the relation I versus Km determines the effective surface area of ESA. The ESA of amorphous SG1 and carbon dioxide 2 are 5.5 centimeters square and 3.3 centimeters square, indicating high catalytic activity for amorphous compared to carbon dioxide monoxide. And again, we also make the simple photometry for simple times. We measure it 50 times at scan rate constant at 50 millivolt per second. We can see clearly here that the amorphous type is more stable compared to carbon dioxide emission of MOF, which has a relatively standard deviation about 1.86. So clearly here show that all amorphous HPLC show better as compared to carbon dioxide. So here also when we make some emissions in the sample in the SPCE, we make measurement using nanoparticle and antibody and DSA and finally antigen. Both sample yields and tendency were produced current decreased after immobilization process. Higher current at amorphous indicating higher conductivity caused by matrix material active site binding. And we calculate both with the different concentration from 1 microgram per milliliter to 100 nanogram per milliliter, both for amorphous and carbon dioxide type. And when we compare, we make a linearity here, and finally we got that the LOD of amorphous and carbon dioxide are 1.64 picogram per milliliter and 2.07 respectively. Means that the amorphous HQUSP has better ability of the sensor to detect and analyze in very, very small. And we also make some human cell testing, and this is the density tree. That can have difference, big difference for density tree compared to others. As you can see here, then we want to import just showing small response, indicating that they can make a difference between other type of technique. So that's all simple result that we can show to all of you about the electrochemical. And now we continue with the other type of the biosensor, as we stated before. That we have another type based on optical biosensors, and we show here is actually using surface plasmon technique. Why we choose biosensors? Interesting because they have high sensitivity, they can make real-time monitoring, and the more interesting one is they can calculate the kinetic analysis of biointeraction here. And here's the simple understanding about the SPL biosensor. There is a light source here and an optical detection unit here, and then they have a plasmonic thin film here, and the plasmonic phenomenon can show when the surface reaction have a reaction with the targeted. So the slightly changing of the light caused by the plasmonic phenomenon before and after reaction with the targeted can be indicated as the biosensor response. So the first one, we made a 3D biomarker detection. The publication process of surface resonance biosensor chip integrated with molybdenum disulfide and molybdenum trioxide microflowers. The sequential device processing steps into AU chip preparation, and molybdenum disulfide and molybdenum trioxide deposition. Then, like here, the green one, this is the structure of our biosensors. And the surface, they can, after that, they can surface functionalization, and then after that, chip installation and sensing performance evaluation. And here is when we flow the targeting TB biomarker detection. And this is the, we make, actually before we measure the sensing, we of course prepare some materials, and we make modification using effect of sodium citrate and the hybrid molybdenum disulfide and molybdenum trioxide formation, and got that we can control microcontroller diameter from 1 to 2 micrometers to be 500 and 700 per meter. So the absorb negative citrate ions preventing particle from aggregating each other. And finally, we can stabilize the particle to solve the problems. So as we get the sodium citrate amount, we can control the size of the micropower of the molybdenum dioxide. And here, the dynamic response and CFP transformation versus delta IU plots for bare IU. Here, the above one, and after modification with the gold with the molybdenum dioxide and molybdenum trioxide. And here is the Langmuir absorption. Okay, the Langmuir absorption is sort of model for bare and D is Langmuir friendly absorption is also model for AU modified by the samples here. And we can see here that when we make some different concentration flowing from 62.5 to the 500 milliliter, we can see here, and we got the response of modified chip increased by 2.5%. To their chip, which is this is very interesting actually that you cannot increase relatively high because the plasmonic phenomenon actually comes from the A itself. So the CFP concentration versus delta IU in bare chip linear correlation, and while in modified chip, the plot following Langmuir Franklin's absorption isotype. So we got the difference here, and when we make some stability, we can see that the chip 1 and the chip 6 we can good better stability, and the interesting one is when we measure with the other one, with other protein like glucose, uric acid, urea, and others, we have different types. We got the CNP10 as an anti-biomarker of TB. They show higher positive response, and this is the negative response. Indicating this is very easy, make it easily for the detection using this type of biosensors. And here is the different type of materials using zirconia MOS for COVID-19 detection. This is very interesting result actually. When we control the zirconia, and actually we make some. This is the step-by-step preparation of our samples. This is the gold surface in the substrate, and we go addition of MPA solution, and then we go with addition with the MR zirconia UIO 66 suspension, and then after that we remove the ligand here, and then we add the SDMP, and finally we got the TO here. This is the preparation step by step. And when we see that the CSTFP, they can attack some virus, SARS-CoV-2 virus from the human. And here is the result. When the result actually we compare with the PCR using the CT scan numbers, and then when we increase the CT numbers, we can see here. So when we calculate the result, this is very interesting because the negative one they can show lower negative one, and the positive one they can show higher. So positive, same with the result of the positive and negative result of the PCR. So the UBO 66 is the every functionalized chip capable to distinguish the infected sample from human nasopharyngeal swab. We use the nasopharyngeal swab as a equipment. The STF sensor can achieve the lowest LOD as low as 0.1762 nanogram per liter, or about 1.7 times 100 virus per milliliter. This is very comparable to the value of practical diagnostic tool for screening of patients standard by the WHO. So this is very promising technique. I think when there is another attack from the family of SARS, we can use this as a simple technique for detection of COVID-19 virus or other COVID virus. So I think this is our presentation. We actually have another results, but I think the time is already over for me. We can discuss with the when we have some opportunity. So we can summarize that the porous nature with functionalized chemicals and biosensors, porous nature of nanomaterials, organization, porous microorganic frameworks, and 2D decarbonized are proven to neutralize with low detection in detecting COVID-19, hepatitis B virus, dengue virus, bacteria, and cancer. The most also highly sensitive to chemical substances such as uric acid, glucose, further modification of can be carried out and have a big potential to improve the binding of process. Thank you very much for your the attention of my presentation. I hope we can good collaboration with our questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Brian, and also Professor Tominaga for the very interesting talk. Now we can start our discussion session. Anyone here who have question for both of our experts in biosensors, please? And also, participant in Zoom can drop your question in a chat room. Okay, please.
Check.
Okay, good morning, Prof. Tominaga and Ms. Kiki, and all of the participants. My name is Adila Marwa. I'm from University of Indonesia. And first of all, thank you for the excellent presentation. And my question is the context of ultra-sensitive skin gas sensor developed for ethanol and acetaldehyde detection. So, my first question is, what specific challenges remain in optimizing the sensitivity and the long-term stability of these sensors for continuous monitoring. And the second question is, how do the environmental factors such as humidity or temperatures impact to this sensor performance? And what's the strategies? Maybe you have a strategies to mitigate these factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. So I cannot understand your first question. What is?
My first question or the last question?
The first question.
The first question.
Yeah.
What is your how to optimize the long-term stability of these performing sensors?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. That is very important questions. Yes. So we use the enzyme. So the stability is no good. Yeah. I can continue the measurement maybe around half day, maybe 6 hours, something like that. So now I'm investigating to improve the stability of enzyme. So we added some special stabilizer in our system, and then now we can little bit improve the stability of our sensor. Yes. So we're still not developing. Yeah, that is very important. Also, I think we have when we use the enzyme, we have to develop the disposable sensor, like a mobile type glucose sensor. You know, the mobile type glucose sensor use the disposable chip.
Oh yeah.
Right. The price is around 100 Japanese yen. So I don't know, maybe. Okay. Yes. So yeah. The people who use every 3 times per day, right? Also, that's a big, huge market. So yeah. And I think like that. So so that's why we developed a very simple sensor. The cost is very low. Yeah, maybe we can develop the sensor, so disposal sensor. Maybe cost is around 10 Japanese yen per piece, right? So yeah, I think like that. And then what is the second question? Sorry, I forgot.
The environmental factors like humidity or the temperature.
Okay, I remember. Okay, yes. Humidity is no problem because our cellulose nanofiber film containing the electrolyte, because our measurement method is electrochemistry. Electrolyte solution is necessary, right? So the problem is the temperature, right? Yes, but we put on our skin, our temperature is almost constant, right? Yes. So maybe 37 or something like that. So temperature is almost constant. So I think no problem. Yeah. So our skin gas, our aldehyde sensor also can apply to for the monitoring of the environment in the house. You know, some sick house, something, right? So our sensor is very, very high sensitive. So we can detect the very low concentration of acetaldehyde gas. Even you can detect acetaldehyde gas by using a gas chromatography. Our sensor is much higher, more higher than gas chromatography technique equipment. Thank you very much.
Okay, I got a question in Zoom. Okay. Oh, okay. But first, please, okay, please.
Thank you very much for your nice talk. I have a couple of questions. At first, what chemistry did you use for immobilization of biomolecules and I mean enzymes on your electrode? Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. So I just immerse electrode in the enzyme solution. There is no specific interaction.
So that physical adsorption?
Yeah, like a physical adsorption.
Oh, so you mean the hydrophobic interaction like that?
Yeah, also yeah, hydrophobic interaction. Also maybe so what's so some what's negative, the positive. So like this electrostatic interaction.
But you used carbon nanofibers and
yes,
carbon
yeah.
nanotubes.
Carbon nanotubes, yes.
Carbon nanotubes doesn't have any electric charges.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But
okay. So we can buy a carbon nanotube, right? So but so the carbon nanotube surface have a carbon nanotube surface has a lot of type of a functional group, right? For example, OH, COH, carbonyl group, and it depends on the carbon nanotubes. So when you obtain the commercial carbon nanotubes, but surface depends on the what's the brand or something like that. So yeah, that is a very important condition. So I tune the carbon nanotube surface for adjust the enzyme binding. That is a very important point. I'm a specialist for like this experiment research.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Next question is,
of course.
You said you developed biosensor paper-based, I don't know, skin sensor.
Skin sensor, yes.
Skin sensor is very sensitive.
Yes, very sensitive.
100 times more than
breast
sensor.
Breast analyzer.
But your skin sensor can be applied to analyzing breast. Is it possible?
Of course, very easy. Very easy. But breast is, we always like this one, right? That's not convenient. So that's why we developed the skin gas. So yeah, automatically measures the concentration of gas.
Your aim is to real-time monitoring.
Yeah, real-time monitoring. Real-time monitoring. That is important.
Okay.
Nobody investigate like this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so do we have Professor BRIN here with us?
Yeah.
Maybe if Professor BRIN with us, so I want to ask about the high porosity biosensor materials you develop. Is it for the disposable using, or we can reuse the biosensors? Okay, maybe we have a lost connection with Professor BRIN. So last question, I think you already mentioned it before, Professor Tominaga. Do you put this is the a question from the Zoom. Do you put the alternate layer before deposit the enzyme for skin sensor? Do you put the alternate layer before deposit the enzyme for skin sensors? Not electric, the alternate layer. I think you put such, what is that?
Yeah. Okay, yes. my sensor is disposable, and I use the cellulose nanofiber film. So this is very flexible, but we cannot fix the on our skin. So I cover the some as a commercial salon pass like that.
Oh yeah.
I covered. I fix the electrode by using like a salon pass material.
We use it very widely here. So thank you very much. I think we have to end this session. If you all have any more question or want to discuss further with Professor Tominaga, maybe in the session, the break session. Also, you can drop your question by email to Professor Tominaga or Professor Brian. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Profesor Dr. Masato Tominaga, Profesor Brian Yuliarto PhD, and Dr. Kiki Cornelia Sari Sambiring MN. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your enthusiasm in plenary session 1. Now, we have 15 minutes for coffee break, and we will continue to the plenary session at 20 minutes past 10. Please enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.
Innovation is the kind of innovation that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong, amidst time, magical grace, miracle, wonder. Land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans. Reaching culture and revolution. Need and evolution are the necessary combination to realize grand visions of the future. BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also invention and innovation of Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 entities, 12 research organizations, and 5 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacturing, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Science and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Economy, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the Continued Management and Improvement, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing, industrial facilities, labs and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045, consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation. And to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make
ini tadi nggak Mas Arvin? Jalan skema bagi dua tadi nggak? Yang untuk presentasi ke proyektor audionya sendiri.
Place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future.
Oh iya, sorry. Pakai headset dari tadi. Oh iya.
Application and also synergies, invention and innovation in Indonesia. Created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, in 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities.
Paralel itu copot dari itu paralel pasang gitu. Iya. Kalau pas ini nyala dua-duanya, kurang. Kalau ini nyala.
An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045. Consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation.
Cek 1, tes 1 2, cek audio.
Tes.
Cek audio.
Cek. Masuk.
Cek tes 1 2 3. Cek 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 cek.
Pas cek.
Masuk semua.
Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued
Cek 1 2 halo si. Cek 1 2 halo si. Cek 1 2 halo. Gede.
Pak. Itu dulu tuh. Share audionya di stop share kalau enggak.
Cek 1 2 halo 2. Si 1 2 cek halo si.
Ntar kurang kenceng juga. Masuk sih mas. Kurang kenceng lagi.
Narsunya udah siap kan?
Iya, maksudnya kalau secara audio bagus, cuman kan tadi kan yang sudah.
Mas kita mulai ya? Belum.
Oh. Saya nabrak ini mas. Proyektor. Bisa lagi dong. Sini, kalau kita geser ke sini.
Thank you for all the participants in the outside. Please come in the room because the sessions will continue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with plenary session 2. We have two speakers on this session. Professor Tatsuya Maruyama, Kobe University, Japan, and Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar, University Science Malaysia, Malaysia. This plenary session will be moderated by Wita Kartikarestu, PhD. Wita Kartikarestu, PhD, is a senior researcher at National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. She got her PhD degree from Chemical Science and Engineering, Kobe University, Japan. Her expertise are macromolecular chemistry, polysaccharide, biomass, and hydrogel. Now, she is a researcher at the Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN. She has many grants related to her expertise, including Japan ASEAN Science, Technology and Innovation Platform, JustTipNet, and Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, SUSTREPS. She also member of Persistent Organic Pollutant Chemical Review, POPRC, from Stockholm Convention for Asia Pacific Region. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Wita Kartikarestu, PhD, the time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all distinguished speakers and also all participants. Welcome again to the ISAC, the 10th ISAC and the 4th ICCPPE in conjunction with the 10th concepts. with the theme Transforming Research and Innovation Toward a Sustainable Future. I'm Vita Kartika Restu, and it is my pleasure to be the moderator for this second session. In this session, we will have two distinguished speakers. First one is Professor Tatsuo Maruyama, and second one is Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar. Professor Maruyama will talk about molecular self-assembly of peptide amphipials for new frontiers in drug designs, and Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar will talk about converting plant waste into solvent as green approaches for synthesis of nanoparticles photocatalysis. And the session will be conducted in panel formation with the question and answer session after all of the presentation. Before I read the short bio of Professor Maruyama, please come forward to the stage. Okay, before Professor Maruyama talk, I will read your CV first, so you can sit. Okay. Before Professor Maruyama talk of his presentation, I will read his CV. So, Professor Maruyama's interests are chemical phenomena at interfaces and surfaces, including gels, proteins, drugs, surfactants, and polymers. He studies the engineering of molecular self-assembly, cooperation of plural molecules and surfaces on plastics and liquids to create novel intelligent systems. Professor Maruyama graduated from University of Tokyo for his PhD. And then about his work experience, he was assistant professor in engineering department of Kyushu University, and then also visiting scholar at engineering department of University of Wisconsin-Madison United States, and also became the associate professor at engineering department of Kobe University, Japan, and now he is a professor of engineering department of Kobe University, Japan. He got so many awards regarding as outstanding young researcher from Society of Chemical Engineering in Japan, also Kao Science Award, and then award for academic achievement from the Society of Polymer Science, and also the award for outstanding research achievement from the Society of Chemical Engineers. Now, please welcome Professor Tatsuo Maruyama. Time is 30 minutes, and I will remind you for 5 minutes before.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I appreciate the organic committee for inviting me to Indonesia. This is the first time for me to visit Indonesia. So I didn't know. I don't know anything about Indonesia. Selamat pagi. Nama saya Tatsuo Maruyama. May I start my presentation? Yeah. Oh, あれ? Over there. ちょっと待って、just a moment. This is a PDF file. 2 days ago, I sent you the PowerPoint file. Is it available right now? Directly to the committee. Thank you for your waiting. Now, my university is Kobe University. It's located close to Osaka. It's famous with, the city is famous as a port city. こっちか。こっち。Okay. I didn't know anything about Indonesia, but when I think of Indonesia, sambal is famous, and sambal is my favorite and familiar to my family. Here's a little bit the different topics from our studies, but I'd like to introduce the harsh reality of Japan right now. Some of you might know the article posted in Nature last year. It says Japanese research is no longer world class. Here is why. It is true. And my point is why it happens, what is the reason for the decline in Japan's research ability? One major cause is a drastic decrease in the governmental funding. You know, our government cuts the subsidies to university over 20 years, and each year the 1 to 3% of subsidy was cut, and this decrease increases. This subsidy decrease induced the decrease in the professors in our universities, and also the experimental instruments get older, and also decrease in management staff. And also our governmental policy is selection and concentration of funding, so that they only focused on the hot topics to investment. It causes disparity between the rich and poor universities, and also among researchers. Like someone is a very rich person, and another one is a very poor person. And also the university has become an independent administrative institution since 2006. This change imposes us to pay a lot of tax and administrative works. And the other reasons are here. It's related with previous topics, and it causes drastic lack of time for actual research. It decreased the number of professors in our universities, and it causes now numerous paperworks and chores. And you know, the Japanese social system is very bureaucratic, so that it also produces a much amount of paperworks. And our Ministry of Education, Science and Tech has a strong power. It's too strong, so that the ministry imposes us to do many chores, like paperworks, regulations, administrations. And we also to be blame on it. It's our fault because we established too many academic societies. It's also a kind of a burden for us, and so that the young generations see, oh, professors are too busy. Oh, it's not attractive position. It's not attractive jobs, so that very few young people aim to be professors or researchers in Japan. I hope you don't make a similar mistake as we did. And just saying complaints doesn't make sense. It doesn't improve any situations. So that what we are trying in Kobe is like this, to create time for professors. One is to reduce the number of lectures in universities and to streamline the administrative works in universities. And also we encourages professors to advise young generations beyond the labs. For example, the funding how to get funding, the award-winning strategies, lectures, how to cope with the students and their parents. Then I hope the nature of the article helps our government recognize our harsh reality. Our lab interest, research interest, two major, the following two items. One is, okay, thanks. One is molecular self-assembly for pharmacological function. I mean, the pharmacological function includes anti-cancer activity, novel enzyme inhibition, and antibacterial properties. And another one is surface engineering for plastics. It aims to produce low fouling surfaces to immobilize biomolecules on the plastic surfaces and to create biosensor like Professor Tominaga. And also we'd like to try to establish novel adhesion techniques. This surface engineering for plastics is to minimize our use of plastic in society and the industry. So in Indonesia, Melati Wiesen is very famous. So I also listened to the radio interview of Melati Wiesen. It's famous? Melati Wiesen. Melati Wiesen. Miss Melati Wiesen. Somebody, you know the Melati Wiesen? No? Bye bye plastic. Bye bye plastic campaign. Don't you know? Bye bye plastic campaign. It was carried out by young girls. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. So times are limited. Okay. So then here I'd like to explain our recent progress on the molecular self-assembly for pharmacological action. For a long time, more than 15 years, we studied on the development low molecular weight generator. Low molecular weight generator is usually composed of hydrophobic and hydrophilic segments like this. Sometimes it's called surfactant-like low molecular generator. The molecules self-assemble to form micelle-like structure. It's like a string type micelles, like this. And it forms nanofibers, and then the entanglement or branchings of nanofibers create 3D networks in water or organic solvents. Then the final 3D networks entrap solvent molecules like waters or organic solvent molecules. Then it causes gelation. The potential advantage of this low molecular generator is, for example, we can do precise molecular design for this molecule, and also we can integrate functional properties on this molecule, and also the produced hydrogel or produced organogels. And also the resultant gel exhibits reversible Zol-gel transition. And here is potential applications proposed from several researchers, like it can be used in drug delivery systems, biosensors, and the scaffolds for cells, and also the reaction medium for chemical reaction. Here we put a good example. It's already commercially available in Japan. It's hardens edible oil after the frying something like in Japan, you know, some tempura or fried chicken. This product was, I'm sorry. This product was produced by the Johnson & Johnson. It's a US company, but it's not available in United States. It's only in Japan. Do you have similar products in Indonesia? Oh, Johnson & Johnson? Yeah.
Usually for baby things.
Okay, okay. And the main component of this oil gelator is 12-hydroxystearic acid. It also forms this type of nanofibers in edible oil. And here is an example of our developed low molecular weight gelator. So it's a very simple molecular structure like this hydrophobic tail and sugar, and these components were conjugated, bridged with amino acid, and it forms nanofibers like this. And interestingly, this molecule can harden water and also generate oil, organic solvent, and furthermore ionic liquids. And here is an example of ionic liquid generation. You know, the ionic liquid intrinsically exhibits electric conductivity, but usually the generation of ionic liquid decreases its electric conductivity. But ion generation of ionic liquid using this molecule doesn't affect its electric conductivity. And we tried many types of ionic liquids, and we also observed no decrease in the electric conductivity after the generation. Next one is another type of molecular gelator we developed. It's not surfactant type. You can see the benzene ring here and amino acid here, so that we call it benzene tricarboxyamide type gelator. It only generates ionic liquid, and you can see also various types of ionic liquids were generated by this molecule. And also we found no decrease in electric conductivity after the generation. If we prepared the ion gel using polymer, you can see the electric conductivity decreases with the concentration of polymer concentration. But it doesn't happen in low molecular weight gelator. Another one is Witterson developed gelator. It shows a very low cytotoxicity peptide hydrogelator. This is composed of only the amino acids, like this phenylalanine, glycine, lysine, only the 5 amino acids. So it can generate various types of buffers like this, and it's totally composed, made from amino acids, so that it can be degraded by enzyme. So you can see after the enzymatic reaction, the gel phase decreases and the Zol phase increased. And this is usually we use the L-type amino acids, but we can use D amino acids. So in that case, the peptide cannot be degraded by enzyme. So then she tried to investigate the cell cultivation on the D-peptide gel. And she succeeded in the spheroidal formation on the hydrogel, like this. Nowadays, there are several trends in the gelator. One of the trends is spatial temporal control of self-assembly. I mean, only the gelation occurred in the designated area and at the designated time. Here we try to study the gel stabilized oil droplet. In this case, we dissolve the precursor A, gelator precursor A in water, and the gelator precursor B in oil phase. And if we prepare the emulsion like this, on the interface, this precursor A and B can interact only at the interface. And we expect it to produce the gelator molecules only at the interface. And finally, the self-assembly of this product will gelate only at interface. Good. Here is an example. So as a precursor A, we designed this type of molecules. It's also the peptide and hydrophobic tail. And as a precursor B, we adopted the terephthalic anhydride. And then the mixing, I mean, at the interface of water and toluene oil phase, this reaction proceeds to produce this gelator, ABA type gelator. And you can see the blue fluorescence. It means the production of this molecule and the self-assembly of only at the interface. And this hydrogel, usually low molecular hydrogel gelator is very sensitive to environment like pH or temperature or enzyme. So that in this case, we prepared two types of emulsions here. These emulsions are stabilized by this ABA type gelator. And one is dyed with green and another one is red. Then we added, これ聞かないのか。ちょっと待って。聞かないんだな。Sorry, this is a movie. Acid solution comes to the direction, and after that, we can observe a fusion of emulsions. Oh, thank you very much. And the droplets become bigger, and the color is red from orange. It's evidence of a fusion because of green and red emulsion. Thank you very much. The next topic is pharmacological activity of hydrogelator. In the medicine, usually single molecule exhibits pharmacological activity. Like this is a famous anti-cancer drug, alkylating drug. It alkylates a nucleobase and it inhibits the growth of cancer cells. So I mean, in this case, this drug molecule itself exhibits activity, I mean function. But next, my question is it possible to create anti-cancer activity using the self-assembly or aggregates of simple molecules? Because low molecular hydrogenator is simple molecules, and it self-assembles to form nanofibers, and it creates many functions. Then we designed and synthesized this type of molecules. It contains the C16 hydrophobic tail and a long peptide sequence. And this segment works as a generator. And here, this is responsible to the kind of the protease. It's called the MMP7. MMP7 is secreted by a number of cancer cells, and so we expected it can be responsive to the cancer cells. And arginine and the lysine here, it's very highly cationic, so that it causes a repulsive interaction between molecules, so that it inhibits self-assembly. It inhibits generation. But after the cleavage here, the inhibition sites will be removed, and the generator works to generate water. So here is my results of the generation. Without any enzyme here, you can see the micellar-like structure, and the macroscopic images like this. It's Zol solution. But after the addition of MMP7 here, you can see the nanofiber formation, and also it can generate water like this. Then we tried the cytotoxicity test for this peptide amphifield. And here we used the cancer cell HeLa cells. And non-cancer cells, I mean the normal cells, we used this MV cells. And we added 0.02 weight% of peptide amphifield to the culture medium, and we tested the cytotoxicity. So you can see the red cells in the HeLa cells. It means dead cells. But in MV cells, we can see the green cells. It means living cells. So that MV cells is not killed by this peptide generator, but cancer cells was killed by this molecule. So we tried to test various kinds of cancer cells and normal cells. And here the 1, 2, 3, 6 type of different types of the cancer cells were tested, and all of the cancer cells were killed by this peptide amphifield, I mean the hydrogenator, but the normal cells was not affected by this generator. And also we checked the production of the enzyme. This peptide amphifield was designed to responsive to the MMP7, so that we checked the production of MMP7 for each cancer cells and the normal cells. And we can see the cancer cells produced a large amount of MMP7, and normal cells didn't produce such amount of MMP7. So that here is a good relationship between this enzyme production and the cell viability. Then our curiosity is, where is the hydrogenator? Where is the peptide amphifield inside cells? So we prepared the fluorescently labeled peptide amphifield analog. Then we find peptide unfilled was uptaken by the cells, and it's located, it's inside the cells. And we photo bleached the fluorescence here, and after several minutes, we didn't observe the recovery of fluorescence. It means the cytosol of the cancer cell has a high fluidity and high viscosity because of the hydrogenator. And also we prepared the cellular lysate. And without peptide unfilled, usually no fibrous structure was observed in the cellular lysate. But if I add the peptide unfilled in the cancer cells, and we prepared the cellular lysate like this, we observed the hydrogenation of cellular lysate. And also the TEM observation demonstrates the presence of nanofiber. This would be derived from the peptide unfilled, I think. So here I'd like to summarize the first topic of the anti-cancer self-assembly. This is the first demonstration that the self-assembly of the peptide unfilled can selectively kill cancer. Probably this is, but this system has several drawbacks. This system is based on the hydrolysis. So in our body, it's aqueous environment, so that the hydrolytic reactions, hydrolysis reactions are likely to occur anywhere in our body. And also the toxic gelatin was produced outside the cancer cells because MMP7 was secreted by cancer cells. It means MMP7 works outside the cancer cells. And also the healthy cells might be affected because around the tumor, there are a number of healthy cells. Then we figure out the next strategy to synthesize gelatin inside cancer cells. How much? Only 4 minutes? Only 5 minutes? Okay. And the next target is tyrosine kinase. This tyrosine kinase is also overexpressed in cancer cells like this. And we found very selective cytotoxicity to some kind of cancer cells. A431 cells is derived from skin cancer, and it was selectively killed. And it produces this tyrosine kinase, so that we found a very good correlation between the cytotoxicity and tyrosine kinase activity. And also we find we observed the peptide unfilled inside cells, and the peptide unfilled here is localized around the ER, endoplasmic reticulum. And also we found the phosphorylation of peptide unfilled inside the cancer cells. Okay. Here is a mechanism of how to kill the cancer cells by the peptide unfilled. Usually, in our case, tyrosine kinase phosphorylate our peptide unfilled, and the produced molecule accumulated on the ER, and it produces ER stress because here there's this molecule self-assembled from nanofibers on ER. It affects the ER function. And this ER stress produces activation of various caspase like this. and the caspase 12, 9, and 3, and also 4, it causes apoptosis of cancer cells. Whereas our investigations revealed this mechanism. And also we tried in vivo experiments. We found this peptide unfeel was inhibited the tumor growth like this. And to summarize, the peptide unfeel that can kill the cancer cells, in this case, kinase is very important for producing the peptide field, anti-cancer activity. And the self-assembly of the peptide unfeel exhibited the selective cytotoxicity to the A431 cells. The peptide unfeel showed the anti-tumor also activity in vivo experiments. No time? Okay. Now time is up. Sorry, I would like to skip remaining slides. That is all. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for Professor Maruyama for the very interesting talk. And then now we move to the second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you already have questions to be raised, but please be patient. We will have the second speaker after this one. Okay, now we have Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar from University Sains Malaysia. Please welcome Dr. Nur Farhana. Before she starts her talk, let me introduce her. Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar is senior lecturer in School of Chemical Science, University Sains Malaysia. Her major research interest is focused on synthesis of photocatalysts as nanoparticles and mesoporous materials for degradation of organic pollutants. She also explored various materials to be used as adsorbents. To date, she has been involved as principal investigator and member for more than 10 grants funds by internal USM and external agencies. The research outcome also have been recognized through competition awards for gold, silver, and bronze, as well as special awards. Now, please welcome Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar. Your time is 30 minutes, and for 5 minutes, I will remind you. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. I'm Nur Farhana from USM. So before I start, I would like to say thank you to the communities because this opportunity to inviting me to give some of my work sharing sessions. Okay, so I think without further delay, let's start. Okay, before I start, I would like to share a little bit about USM. USM actually, the full name is University Sains Malaysia. USM BRIN located on the north of the Malaysia. So it's a very small state in Malaysia, but have a lot of history in Malaysia. So USM right now, we have 4 campus, mainly 2 campus in the islands, where if you take a flight, from Kuala Lumpur, for example, you will touch down in Penang Islands. So it's very near with our main campus. While we have another 2 campus in the mainland, with connected by the bridge. So Penang have 2 bridge, first bridge and also the second bridge. So our main campus actually consists of a lot of school, especially on the science and also the educations, humanity and managements. Why, if you are going to the second bridge, which is the island connected to the mainland, we can find the engineering campus around the certain area of the Penang, where you can find all the engineering school in there. While we go a little bit top to the north, we can find the Advanced Medical Center, Dental Institute, where this institute actually have 1 hospital, our new hospital from USM. and they are focused on the research related to the health. When we go a little bit east to the Malaysias, so we can have the health campus over there. So health campus being located in Kelantan, near with the Thailand, where we have a medical course over there and also cover all the costs related with the health. And then we also have the hospital in Kelantan, University Hospital, where we have around 816 beds. So we have a lot of specialists over there. And we also have two outside campus, which is the one is around in India. This campus is created special for medical course. We also have the hospital over there. And the other one is, we call it as the USM EGS campus as the offshore program in Turkey. So, all right, so just now I mentioned that our main campus located in Penang, we connected with the bridge. So Penang is a very beautiful state where you can, where Penang or Georgetown actually listed as the UNESCO heritage site, okay? The moment you are touched down in the Penang, if you are using a flight, okay, you can just really go and see the first bridge. Or if you are from Kuala Lumpur and like to drive, you can just using the bridge connected to the island. So USM main campus, when you go through the first bridge, you will find our main campus from the first bridge. So this is the stage. USM very famous, Penang very famous with the delicious food. So a lot of tourists love to come to Penang to try the food. So if you have a chance, you can come to Penang, try nasi kandar and pasar bong. Okay. All right. So now I stationed at the School of Chemical Sciences. So USM actually is a second local university or public university after University Malaya, was established at 10 June 1969. So my school actually established at the same time of USM. So our school is quite old, together being developed together with the USM. All right, so I shared a little bit about USM, so now I will share about my research. So actually my research focusing on, we are trying to solve or degrade the water pollutants. So as we know, we have SDG, and my research actually focused to solve or try to connect the problem with the SDG 6, where we know the accessibility toward the clean water is very important. Every time we wake up from our sleep, we need a clean water to take a bath. Or if we want to do our any daily life, we need clean water. So it's very important to have the nice or good accessibility towards clean water. However, we know that based our current situation, it is expected by 2050, maybe we have a problem to get the access, the good or clean access water. Because as we know now, we are very exposed to what we call it pollutants, inorganic pollutants, and the current one is microplastic. So it's a very dangerous, it's either we know or not, actually we are being consumed this kind of pollutants. So I believe there are a lot of ways to treat water. So in my research, we focus on the advanced oxidation process, because this process actually a good process, which is a cost efficient, very straightforward and quite eco-friendly. So in advanced oxidation process, or we call it AOP, there are one type of the wastewater treatment over there. We call it photocatalytic degradation. So in a lot of the list in AOP, I actually focusing on the advanced oxidation process. So in photocatalytic degradations, okay, so as we know, there are a lot of treatments like biological, physicals, and AOP actually one of the chemical treatments where this treatment focusing on producing hydroxyl radicals. So it's a very important when we want to design or create the catalyst, we want to produce as much as oxidation hydrogen radical by the end of the process. So in this process, we need the light irradiations as our sources to penetrate towards our catalyst. So the difference between adsorption process and photocatalytic process is where the light applied. If the adsorptions, we can just do it without the presence of the light. Why in the photocatalytic degradations, it's very important to have the suitable light, because the light will become the source of energy for allowed the electrons to produce the electron and produce the hydrogen radical. So let me share a little bit about the how or what is the basic working principle in semiconductor photocatalyst. So there are three things. We have these three things and we can start to do directions, which is the first one is photon as our energy sources, and then our polluted water, and finally the photocatalyst. So this is the very basic principles. If we have these three with the suitable or optimum conditions, so we can get to degrade the pollutants. All right, so the mechanism, how actually our catalyst works. So I think before this, Sensei share a lot of the thing about the matrix. Maybe both of you have shared about the thing about sensor and the use of light. So in photocatalyst, the concept is when the photon penetrate into our catalyst, okay, there is a distance between valence band and conduction band. So the distance between these two bands, we call it band gap. Okay, so why I say that it's a very important to choose the suitable light, because the light will give the energy, like we learn E equal to HV over lambda. So it's a very important to choose the light, right? All right, so when our catalyst receive or penetrate with the suitable light, okay, the electrons from the valence band will excited to the conduction band and leave the hole over here. So as I mentioned, it's very important to produce as much as we can for hydrogen radical. So the electron in the conduction band will react with the oxygens to produce the super hydroxyl oxygens, and finally they can produce the hydrogen radical. The same way will happen in the valence band. So this is like a sample of pollutants. So what we aim that is to be good, the most good catalyst will convert all the pollutant towards the harmless species such as carbon dioxide and water. However, our catalyst may be not really powerful, but at least from the polluted materials or polluted water, we can dissociate into the small materials, and maybe it become less harmless. So there are a lot of photocatalysts actually. Up until now, in my groups, we are managed to produce mesoporous titanium. We also produce zinc oxide, and some of the metal we dot with the support, such as activated carbons. We also try to produce what we call it carbon nanotubes. Okay, so there are a lot of ways, and to get the good photocatalyst, actually we can tailor the way we are synthesis, and by tailoring the way of the synthesis, we can get the catalytic properties that we want. Okay, so in today's sharing, actually I will share a part of my current study. Okay, so basically when we want to synthesize the catalyst, what will we need? Chemical. Okay, so the chemicals are usually is good for synthesis, but we know some of the chemical very hazard. So initially I said I want to treat the wastewater because they are polluted. To get that target, I need to synthesize the catalyst using hazardous chemical. So it seems like we go back to the cycle. So now my team trying our best to reduce as much as we can by converting the waste into something good, so that we actually, maybe we can do much, but at least we can contribute something to reduce the polluted. All right, so now we're trying to use a non-toxic solvent, which is the non-toxic solvent we get from the wastewater, waste plant extract. So it's actually from the waste we get from the cafe around the USM. Then we convert into the solvent, and this solvent can help to replace some of organic solvent that previously been used in the synthesis. Okay, so why actually we choose plant extract? Okay, the most important part actually in the plant extract, we have the phenolic compound to act as reducing and capping agent. So usually we use a solvent in our synthesis. We want to use it as a reducing agent. By the end, we want to get the metal, for example. And actually in plant extract, they are also have the bioactive components. So we want to tailoring our catalyst to achieve this kind of properties. For example, we want to reduce the size of the nanoparticle. By expecting reducing the size can improve the activity. Okay, just I mentioned before, we want to have actually we try our best to reduce the value of the band gap, because if we use the less band gap, we are expected to use towards to visible light. So it's more safer compared to UV light. And as I mentioned, it's a good strategy to replace the organic solvent because it's more safe and green. So, okay, so the plant extract, as I mentioned, we try to convert the waste into something valuable. So currently we exploring a quite number of the plant extract. So today I will share with you the 3 of it. Now we use a banana peel, tea leaf residue, and speak coffee grounds. So I think every day everyone loves to drink coffee. We will drink tea as our morning drink. And for Malaysians, they really like to eat fried banana. In Indonesia, we also have, or in Malay, we call it pisang goreng. So we are having pisang goreng, I think, everywhere in Malaysia. I believe in Indonesia also, we use it as a snack. So we can find the banana peels everywhere. So we can find it as an abundance waste. So rather than we just throw it away, so we pick up all the banana peel from the cafe and also the tea leaf and spin coffee grounds. So in Penang especially, we are very famous with the, we call it at Mamak Restaurant. As I mentioned, they love to eat nasi kandar and pasar mok. So there are a lot of coffee waste and also tea waste at Mamak. So we just pick up all these things and we use it as our raw materials for solvent. Okay, so we do some testing and we find that all these plain waste, even though they are waste, they still contain the phenolic content. So it's the most cost effective because you just go to the cafe or to the shop and pick up it, all right? We can promote the sustainable development and reduce the environmental impact as the sustainable approach to detect the waste materials. Instead, we dispose it and we can help to minimize the waste. So maybe some of you will be thinking that even though we pick up all the waste, we do some extractions, we take the extract, still waste being left. That's the famous questions are being asked when we are sharing our work. So actually in our lab, the waste, we use it to convert as the activated carbon. We do some treatment, so by the end we get 2 things, which is solvent and also activated carbon. Okay. So there are a lot of ways to synthesize catalysts. So in my lab, we use soldier method, we use electrochemical methods, we use a microwave. So today I will share with you one method, which is electrochemical method. We try to use this method as our pilot method to test the potential of the solvent. The extract solvent, the extract, plant waste extract from waste, okay, to test and convert as a solvent in our process. So by using this plant waste, we extract all the waste into the solvent. Later I will share to you what kind of the extraction we use, and we replace all the solvent that we used previously, the organic solvent, with these extraction materials. Why we choose electrochemical as our starting pilot method? Because this method is automatically chemical free and very simple and also eco-friendly. Okay, so this is one of the mechanisms or one of the way of how actually this process happened. Okay, previously, long time ago, not very long time, I'm not really a long time in research, okay, a few years ago, okay, let's use a few years ago. Okay, a few years ago, we produce or we synthesis metal like zinc, or we use this method to dope the metal into the support. Okay, we use these three organic solvent, which is N-dimethyl, or we call it DMF, naphthalene, and TAP. I think all of you know how bad the smell of naphthalene. Okay, so after we synthesis, we need to synthesis all this in the fume hood. So all these organic materials actually need to be used to produce, for example, 50 ml of DMS. By the end, we only managed to get around 0.5 to 0.6 grams of the materials. So too many organic solvent that we need to use, and it's not really cheap, the cost to buy the solvent. So, and since after we do the literatures, we find that the plants solvent actually have a good potential as reducing agents and as the stabilizing agent. So we try to change all these three, we omit all these three and replace with the plant waste. So we have anode and cathode in electrochemical system. So in our cathode, we replace with the PT plate. And in our anode, you can choose. If you want to use ferrum, you can just replace with ferrum. Okay, so in this example, I use zinc. Okay, so the zinc will be, since I mentioned before, in our plant waste extract actually containing phenolic compound and flavonoids. Okay, flavonoids is more in a bioactive components. Okay, phenolic compound and phenolic become the reducing agent and stabilizing agent. Okay, since they are able to do the reducing agent, so they can reduce the zinc 2 plus into zinc oxide. So by the end of the process, we can get zinc oxide and we undergo the drying and calcine. And by the end, we get the zinc oxide. So if you want to do other metal, you just replace that plate in the anode sessions. For example, if you want to produce current study, we are doing for tin, so we just change with the tin. So this is a good potential to produce the metals, nanoparticles. So as I mentioned, what we have to do with our plant waste, we need to do the extractions. So there are 3 ways for now. We study 3 methods to do the extractions. The first one is a simple extractions where we just collect 100 grams of the waste. Okay, we wash and do something to get the very clean waste. And then we immerse into the 100 ml of distilled water. We boil and stir for 60 degrees for 20 minutes. And then we filter using a very common filtered way. All right. The second method, a little bit improved, we use ultrasonic. Okay, so we mix all those things and then we do the ultrasonic method. And the most famous one for extractions is microwave assisted. So in this table, okay, let me share with you in this table. In this table for the before analysis, so how we know that our solvent actually good enough to be used as a solvent. Our extract is good enough to be used as a solvent. So we do the test with the total phenolic content. As I mentioned from start of my presentation, I said that this plant waste solvent containing phenolic compound. So how I prove it? We do the test for total phenolic content total flavored content. So since we do the electrolysis process, so we need to do the total reducing power. So to show how powerful of the materials to reduce the metal, for example, from zinc oxide, zinc 2 plus to zinc oxide. Okay. So let's see the data from the before analysis. After we do these 3 extractions and do the test with the total phenolic, total flavored, and total reducing power, we found that the simplest method, which is you just need to immerse, heat, and filter, have the most total phenolic compound flavored and reducing power, which is the method very simple, not really complicated, but you will get the good solvent. While for the microwave assistant method, we get a little bit low because probably due to the microwave radiations destroy the polymetric polyphenols. And for ultrasonic assisted method, showing the lowest numbers of these 3 testing, maybe because the mechanical, the vibrations of the ultrasonic damage the phytochemical. And after that, we are doing the electrolysis, and then we collect the solvent after we finish doing the synthesis. We found that they are reducing, reduced number of the phenolic content, the flavouric content, and reducing power shows that all these components being used during the synthesis. So we do, since we already synthesis the material, so we do the test. In our case, we do the phototic degradations. Okay. For now, our lab trying to avoid to use dye because dye is a very famous polluted, but it's not. Everyone do the dye, so we try to change to phenolic content. So now in these sharing sessions, I share the results we used to degrade to 4-dichlorophenols. So all these 3 zinc oxide, after we do the electrolysis, we get the zinc oxide. It shows that I'm so sorry, maybe a little bit small, everyone cannot see, so I try my best to explain. Okay, so we do the control, zinc oxide DMF, actually we use to synthesize that zinc using the old versions, all these 3 organic solvents. By the end we get the zinc oxide. We want to compare, want to show that even though you are using the plant waste extract solvent, you still can manage to get the zinc oxide as good as before. So the zinc oxide facile way, the simplest way actually shows a good results, much more higher than the zinc DMF.
Sorry, Dr. Farhana, 5 more minutes.
Okay, I will go fast. Then the other two is a little bit lower, but comparable with the zinc oxide. Why? Because in the zinc facet, actually, if you do or see the XPS, the other 2 SPS for the zinc oxide prepared by ultrasonic and microwave, they have only 2 peaks, while the zinc oxide simple way have a 3 peaks, where the extra peak is for the oxidation defects. Okay. After that, we choose, we have the simplest method, so we try to use other ways, okay, which is banana and also the tea leaf. So this is actually how the colors, before we do the total phenolic test, okay, before the undergoes the electrolysis. After the electrolysis, you can see the changes color become lighter, mean that the numbers of the phenolic content and also fabric contents reduce after the electrolysis. Okay, let's go how it's work. Okay, so we can see the zinc oxide, the commercial one, and then between the tea leaf and also the banana peel, it shows that tea leaf have the higher or the good degradations compared to the banana leaf. If we go back to the coffee have the most the highest one degradations compared with these 2. Okay. All right. So I will go to my current study since now we just already get the good extractions method. Okay, and we try to use what kind of the plant extracts that's suitable for our project. So now we're trying to add a DES, deep atomic solvent, which is the alternative if you want to use ionic liquid. Ionic liquid is very expensive, so we can opt for the DES, and it shows a good performance, a better performance. Before this, we only managed to degrade 10 ppm, the good one. Now we can get a 30 ppm, which is more higher. All right, and we also try to use papaya seed activated carbon, which is from the papaya seed. We convert into the activated carbon, and we dope the Cu toward the PSSC using electrochemical methods, and the solvent actually we use papaya peel. All right, and then the last one, since before I only shared with you about the electrochemical methods, actually we also can use the solvent, the plant extract solvent for synthesis, anything, TiO2 for now, for my projects. We use the Soja method, very simple, to produce a TiO2 by vary the numbers, the volumes of the plant solvent. So 1, 3, and 5 actually the volume of the plant solvent. And then we get a quite impactful degradations around, I think, 97 in here. Okay, my last slide. So for my future directions, I think the most adventurous about the photocatalyst is very hard to get the catalyst stability and longevity. So for now, we managed to do at least up to only 3 cycles, and then after that, we cannot reuse the catalyst. And then we try our best to try to change the pollutants. Catalyst, for example, the zinc oxide just now, we degrade only 2 for di-ICP, and then we try to change to other pollutant like 2 chlorophenols. It's a good, also shows a good science, but maybe we need to tailoring a little bit on the optimum conditions. And then we try to explore more various ways to convert into the solvents, and maybe we can use the same ways as the supporter. And the most harder one to do is to scale up. So if anyone in here have a good experience to do the scale up, maybe we can do the discussion later. I want to learn from you so that so I can improve my work. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. So if you have any, for our futures, if you want to do the collaborations, you can just contact me at nofrahana@usm.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhana, for the speaking, for the talking about her research. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now is the question and answer session, because all of the speakers already present for their research. And is there any question from the audience here before we move to the online participants? Okay, over there. Maybe the committee can pass the microphones. Please tell your name, institution, and also the question directed to whom. Maybe better to use microphone.
Okay, I have a question for Professor Tatsuo. My name is Aininu. You can call me Ninu. I'm from Universitas Diponegoro, from Semarang. I have a question. It's a basic question because I have a curiosity about your research. I have a similar research, but basic one and not the advanced ones like yours. My question is, what kind of protein that can be used to make amphiphilic peptide? So peptide is the amino acid, right? So can we make it from protein? Because right now we have a research using plant-derived protein. So can we use that to produce amphiphilic peptide? That's my first question.
It's technically, theoretically possible.
Yeah.
And my friend is trying to produce peptide hydrogenated from protein degrades. But it's really difficult because he used some kind of natural protein, but in that case, it's hard to find optimal peptide sequence in natural protein sequence. So that the possible approach is to design the protein by using a genetic approach. So transform Escherichia coli or something like bacteria. Genetically modified protein is a possible approach.
So you use the readily commercial protein like alanine or something like that? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then my second question is, I see that you use a confocal laser microscopy for your analysis, but the instrument is quite difficult for us to do ourselves. So do you have any idea to approach the same same conclusion, but without confocal microscopy? Do you have any idea? Thank you.
It's a difficult question because confocal microscopy is also very expensive for us, and luckily we bought several years ago. And my advice, I'm sorry, to get a good fund.
All right.
And just wait. Now the probably BRIN is doing a project of SATREPS. It's called SATREPS. It's joint project between Indonesian government and Japanese government. So it's our government provide tremendous amount of money for you. Not for you, no, your institution. So that probably that such kind of fund can cover the purchase of confocal microscopy. So please consult with somebody, probably someone very familiar with SATREPS.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, from BRIN,
Yeah.
maybe I can talk about that with BRIN. Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
And one more answer there was the first question.
Yeah.
From the protein digestion, it's really hard to purificate your main target. It's very expensive. It's costly. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So it's better to use the readily commercial protein, peptide. In
my case, we synthesize the peptide by using organic techniques.
Organic techniques. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay. Is there any question? Yes, from that. Maybe about SATREP projects you can ask me. I will tell you later. Okay. Okay, please.
Oh yeah. Thank you for your great presentation, Maruyama Sensei. Also, I have question about the. Oh yeah, my name is Eric Widsantiko. So I am postdoctoral in National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. So my first question is will be how what the application for this peptide, because this is orally, or you will be bind with something to the target of the cell, cancer cell, because it will be digest in the what they call stomach, right? I think, yeah.
It's a critical question. Thank you very much. And the next my next hurdle is how to deliver our peptides unfilled to the tumor sites. So now what I did here is transcutaneous administration, because the peptide amphilia is very small molecule, so that it can easily penetrate into skin, our skin. So that is that is why it was successful. But the target tumor areas are many. So that, for example, if I try to
So maybe
treat lung cancer, yes,
skin cancer.
skin cancer is all okay, but lung cancer or stomach cancer, or like that, now I'm struggling.
Oh, I see. And then one more is when you use the gelation and the ionic liquid, I see that there is no decrease in the ionic conductivity.
Yep.
So I think there is some compound that active maybe like beta-in. So can you add to your peptide to make for higher higher effectivity?
Higher effectivity in conductivity?
Yeah, and also maybe through the treatment for the cancer. Possible. I mean, like.
Sorry, what is your point? Ionic liquid conductivity?
What is maybe
because the conductivity of ionic liquid cannot be improved by the additives, because it's already high conductivity.
Also,
so
not so good. Okay.
If we use beta-in type hydrogenated or beta-in type gelated, we can't improve the intrinsic conductivity of ionic liquid.
So the peptide that's suitable for inhibition is the main point. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Eric. Is there any questions from the floors? Yes, from Tominaga Sensei.
Thank you. My name is Masato Tominaga from Saga University, Japan. So I have a question to the Dr. Pahana Sensei. Okay. Yes. So you applied, you use the electrochemical method, right? So and this, you synthesize the zinc oxide. That is nanoparticles.
Yeah, nanoparticles.
Yes, yes. And by using a waste, right?
Yeah.
And then, so did you? My question is, did you add some electrolyte, or no?
No, just extract.
Yeah.
Strictly used for synthesis.
Oh.
So my next project, I try to add a DES.
Yeah.
To maybe improve some the activity in during the synthesis process.
Yeah.
And it shows that when we add the DES, we manage to produce higher amount of the nanoparticles by the end, and the activity also more good compared to the previous technique without the existence of DES.
Can you synthesize another type of nanoparticles, for example, titanium oxide?
Yeah, can. Before this, we managed to synthesize TiO2, but not using solvent. But currently, the latest one, we produce copper, tin, and also ferrum. So for the tin, 100% with the solvent, with and without DAS. Copper and ferrum we use to dock in the activated carbon. So in the systems, other than the plant extract, we also add the activated carbon in there. And the copper and ferrums successfully dock chemically towards the activated carbon. And it shows that usually when we want to synthesize metals, we are facing agglomerations problems. So when we drop with the activating carbon, we get a good size of the nanoparticles. And the activity also good. Maybe the presence of activated carbon help a lot to improve the photoactivity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sensei.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and also the answer. Is there any question from the floor? If none, let's check from the online audience. Is there any question from the Zoom? Oh, okay. Okay. Over there. Yes. Wait for the microphone, sorry.
Good afternoon, Professor Maruyama and Ms. Farhana and Ms. Vita. My name is Adalah Marwa. I am from University of Indonesia. Actually, I have a question for Prof. Maruyama. I'm feels remembering about the meal cells and liposome when talks about the peptides amphiphilics, because micelles and phospholipid in liposome have the same structures with the peptides amphiphilics, right? So my first question is about what do you have any strategies to enhance the stability of peptide amphiphilic so it can be longer to sustain in our body, because in our body have a immune surveillance, right? So maybe is it the same with the first question? Yeah,
Dr.
okay.
Eric.
And actually in our newly research, we do formulate the liposome circulation, long-acting circulation with Ms. Wita, and we conjugate the liposome using the polyethylene glycol, so it can be longer for circulating in our body. So is it possible if we use the polyethylene glycol conjugation, combined with the PA system? Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
So you mean the stability in our body?
Yes.
So
Feels like static stabilization.
Yeah, it's possible, but if I conjugate polyethylene glycol to peptide amphiphil, the chemical nature of the peptide amphiphil will be changed, so that it cannot be used as an anti-cancer drug. I mean, probably it cannot be degraded by enzyme like MMP7. So that another strategy is might be available, like in this case we only use a simple kind of peptide amphiphil, but we can add another type of peptide amphiphil. It's conjugated with a polyethylene glycol, and in that case we can prepare the co-assembly of peptide amphiphil and polyethylene glycol conjugated peptide, polyethylene glycol conjugated amphiphil, so that what can I say? It's a kind of a mixture. So it can circulate in our body for a long time because of the polyethylene glycol chain. But after the several times, after some period, it might decompose and produce the anti-cancer peptide amphiphil. So I think the mixing of other kind of surfactant amphiphil might be another approach, I think. And also another case is here we used L-type amino acid to synthesize peptide amphiphil. But if you use D-type peptide amphiphil, you can obtain the high stability in our body. Does it make sense to you?
Oh, okay. So we can use the anionic surfactant.
Yeah, it's also available.
How if we reduce the particle of the PA? Is that possible or not?
What do you mean?
We arrange the particle size of the PA amphiphilic.
Particle size now.
Is this critical? Because for liposome formulation.
I know. It's critical. So right now I don't have any information about. I can answer because the fast TM transmission electron microscope image provides the information about the particle size. It's approximately 50 nanometers or so.
50 nanometers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So maybe for 50 nanometers, it's still safe from the MPAS system, right? Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Thank you. Your question.
Okay, is there any question from the floor? Oh. Okay, if not, then maybe I want to ask to Dr. Farhana one question, because in your presentation, so much you said about phenolic compounds. So I just remind of lignin. So have you worked with lignin? Because I mean, you always said about phenolic compounds. So have you tried with lignin as the sources for your research?
Okay, for now, I'm not have the data for lignins, but we're just starting to explore the lignin. So I think last 2 weeks ago, we synthesized the lignin from the waste. So we managed to get, but haven't test yet how it's performed and how the characteristics. So to be safe, I said, I just start. But I think there's potential in there to explore, because there are a lot of actually papers produce the lignins, I think using the synthetic chemicals. So we try our best to use waste as much as we can. And it's very good field to explore. They are possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhana, for the answer. And if there's no question from the floor and also from the there any? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see it. Please, the microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask to Dr. Farhan.
Introduce yourself, sorry.
Okay, I want to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Irsal. I am from Master of Chemical Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I want to ask about the bioactive compound, because you use the bioactive compound. Did you also use the bioactive compound to dye the, for example, titanium oxide, so you can lower the band gap and increase the efficiency of the photoactivity?
Okay, all right. So for now, I haven't tried for TiO2. We start with the zinc oxide, but from the result we get, we managed to reduce the band gap. I think zinc and TiO2 is not much different from their properties, which is the band gap is around 3.3. So for now, we managed to reduce to the best one is 3.18. And we managed to also tailoring the catalyst to produce the oxidation defect. So oxidation defect actually help a lot in increasing the activity. So I believe if we use or replace the zinc oxide with the TiO2, we can get the similar results.
Okay, because I think like titanium oxide just work with the UV light. But if you want to make work in visible light, we can use like bioactive compound to colorize the titanium oxide, and also is have a higher efficiency and different from titanium oxide that have not colorized.
Yeah, for now, what I can share from my finding, I managed to use TiO2 in visible light, but not using this method for synthesis, because as I mentioned, when we tailoring the synthesis process, for TiO2, there are two defect sites, which is oxygen vacancy and also Ti3+. As I sharing the before mechanisms, how the electron excited from the valence to conductions. So the defect site actually, we propose the mechanisms we find using the SPS. The defect site are being placed in between valence band and conduction in between. So even though we are using the visible light, which is high wavelength, the electrons not strictly excited from the valence band to conduction band, but it's excited from valence to the defect sites, like oxygen vacancy. So they are possible to use visible lights as light source, as long as you manage to produce a good amount of the oxygen defect and also the Ti3+ surface defect.
Okay, Thank you. I
Alright.
think that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now is time is up. Thank you for the question, and thank you very much for our distinguished speakers for very informative and interesting talks that very means to us. Okay, once again, big applause for our speakers, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tatsuo Mariyama, Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar, and Wita Kartika Restu, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue the symposium by the presentation by one of our sponsors from PT LMS Indonesia. We have Dr. Dimitri Sergeev, who will present about advanced characterization of energy storage mineral.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Muhammad Ghazali MT. Dr. Muhammad Ghazali MT is a senior researcher at National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Indonesia. He got his PhD degree from Department of Metallurgy and Material Engineering, University of Indonesia. His expertise is macromolecular chemistry. Now, he is a researcher at Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN, Indonesia. He got many awards, and one of them is the Best Innovations Awards team member in the Hitachi Global Foundation Asia Innovation Award in 2020. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Muhammad Ghazali MT, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all participants. Welcome to the International Symposium on Applied Chemistry and the International Conference on Chemical Process and Product Engineering in conjunction with the Conference on Emerging Energy and Process Technology. I am Muhammad Ghazali. It is a pleasure to be the moderator for this session. Before we start this session, please the committee, can you contact Dr. Dimitri? Dr. Dimitri, can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. May I request Mr. Widi, the director of LMS Indonesia, to go on stage, and welcome Dr. Dimitri Sergeev as a speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start, may I introduce to you our guest speaker. Dr. Dimitri completed his doctorate in physical chemistry in Novo State University of Chemistry and Technology, Russia. And since and Dr. Dimitri now has worked as an application scientist at NET. Dr. Dimitri. Hello, Dr. Dimitri. Okay, you can. Time is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Can you brief me?
Can you share your? Can you share your presentation?
Yes, I have shared it. You still can see that? Can you see?
Okay. We can see. Now, time is yours.
It works. So you can see me in presentation.
Yes, yes, yes. We can see.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. So
you can
from Germany.
Station.
And at the beginning, a few words about our company. Match is a family-owned company, and last year we celebrated 150 years. And actually, we are distributed all over the world, and here you can see production sites and branch offices, and the headquarters is in Germany. So we have many offices in Europe as well. And we started actually from the ceramic industry, therefore our devices nowadays worldwide up to 2,800 volts. Thermal analysis, radiology, and fire testing. Here, no? So here you can see the whole world of thermal analysis devices, and with these devices we can also obtain all main properties of the materials. Especially our devices can be used for different applications. For example, polymers, batteries, building materials, it belongs to inorganics, organics, and if we are talking about the advanced utilization of energy storage materials, first of all, I would like to show the main concepts in Europe of the storage energy. Especially one of the main concepts is power to gas to produce the green hydrogen based on the wind turbines energies or photovoltaics, where we can generate a lot of electricity and to use the electrolyzers to produce hydrogen. This concept is very nice, but it's quite expensive if we are thinking in the large scale production. Therefore, they are considering also some alternative concepts like power to heat. For example, the electricity can be converted to the heat in so-called carbon batteries. This is not so efficient, but it is much more cheaper. Some for home heating, for industrial heat, or also it can be converted back to the electricity. And the third main concept is heat to power. This is used nowadays on the concentrated solar power plants, and it can be used also by utilizing the industrial heat. For example, where the heat from the solar radiation can be used for production of the electricity. So there are different types of energy storage materials can be considered, and they are separated on some main types of the storage principles. One of the main principles is sensible. That means it can be used the heat capacity of material. This concept is quite cheap, but it's not so efficient. And main materials which can be used to this concrete, craft, chalks, sands, and more advanced materials are molten salts, which are nowadays used in the concentrated solar power plants. Another, if we considering that we increment, and here you can see some example of the entropy increment for most well-known solar salt, and here you can see in which temperature range phase transition, we can store much more energy in this property well for thermal energy storage. There can be used also different materials like salt hydrates, paraffins, metals, self-stability of materials, interaction with the containing materials, also some influence of impurities can affect the efficiency of such energy storages, and for sure the thermal conductivity plays an important role. And the third type of energy storage materials is thermochemical energy storages, which are used usually in the thermochemical reactions. For example, decomposition reactions. The efficiency of such energy storages is quite high because we can consider, for example, decomposition of carbonates, hydroxides, redox reactions, or hydrides losing hydrogen and then will be from back. But the costs of such storage technology is much more higher in comparison to the sensible or to the PEM, and also the efficiency can be decreasing during the time due to degradation of the surface. Therefore, the existing by using such approach. To study all these types of storage materials, it is thermal analysis, different thermal analysis of our SCA devices, which are divided also in different types, like classic is equipped with touch screen many types of furnaces for different temperature ranges, and it can be also supplied with the automatic sample changer, which automates the process significantly. And here you can see the technical prospect of these devices. You can see the main difference is in the balance resolution. For the classic and select, the resolution is 0.1 micrograms, and for Supreme, the sensitivity is higher, up to 25 nanograms. Also, there is variation in the temperature range, and the highest temperature of these devices is 2400 degrees centigrade. Additionally, these devices can be coupled with additional setups. For example, it can be coupled with a humidity or vapor generator to study the heterogeneous reaction with water vapor, or it can be also added with automatic sample holder with piercing device, which allowed you to open the crucible directly before the experiment. In some cases, it is necessary to avoid any contamination from the air condition, for example. Some humidity can influence on the materials. And one of the last developments, it is our H2 secure concept, which allowed to use these STA devices for studies with hydrogen, up to 100% of hydrogen. And it allowed you to perform safely measurements. And why we need the hydrogen, as I mentioned, it is the green power in Europe, mainly nowadays considered, and one of the concepts we can use the hydrogen also for energy storage, thermochemical energy storage. This concept can be used for sure for the green metallurgy to reduce the raw materials and produce pure metals. And for other side, we can use the solar radiation. We can use the available hydrogen to reduce some oxides, and at the certain time we can oxidize it and get the energy back. So we can use this energy for further electricity generation or for heating processes. And then this process can be cycled many times. And from this point of view, this device allowed us to do both reduction and oxidation. We can use hydrogen and oxygen in the cycle. And it is possible also because we have sensors for hydrogen and the oxygen. So we monitoring online the to oxygen, which give and then you are allowed to switch on to oxygen conditions. And especially here you can see some example by using of hydrogen reduction and oxidation of copper oxide at 500 degrees centigrade. Here you can see the flow, gas flow, the red line showing the hydrogen concentration, flow rate, and blue line showing the air flow rate. So you can see when the hydrogen was switched on, the reduction occurs quite quickly at this moment, and after some time for purification we can switch on the air, and then oxidation reaction starts, and you can see it takes longer time to achieve the maximum, the plateau, and then we can again switch on the hydrogen and reduce again our copper oxide, and you can see how fast it works. However, with the cycling, you can see that the total amount of oxide formation is changed, and that, as I mentioned before, due to the degradation of the surface, and such processes can be studied with this device as well. Also on this slide you can see an example by reduction of iron oxide at 1000 degrees centigrade. We can vary the concentration of hydrogen from 10% up to 100% and observe the kinetic effects and go deeper into this reaction. Additionally, the STA devices can be connected also to the mass spectrometers or infrared spectrometers to analyze the evolved gases. Especially here on this example, you can see that we can detect also the hydrogen concentration, especially by using so-called pulse TA. We can put into the device a certain amount of the hydrogen. For example, 1 microgram, 5 micrograms, and 10 micrograms. And we can also quantify the peak area of detected hydrogen. So it allowed you to perform more advanced characterization of these reactions. And now I would like to switch to the latent energy storage. As I mentioned, the main concept is for using it for high temperature application for concentrated solar power plants. However, it is nowadays also considering for home heating. Maybe for Indonesia it is not so important, but in Europe we have quite cold winters, therefore we need to store the energy in our home as well. So, and considering that, using the latent storage, we can save the cost of such materials because we need less volume in comparison to the sensible storage materials. And from this point of view, we have considered the most cheapest materials like salts, which have relatively high capacity, energy capacity. And we can consider many variations of these salts. First of all, it can be considered the pure salts. However, it is also possible to mix the different salts, and in this case, it is possible also to change the properties. We can change the melting point, we can change the enthalpy of melting, and from this point of view, could be considered binary systems. We need to study the phase diagrams of binary systems and determine which composition is the best. Or we can consider also ternary, quaternary systems, reciprocal systems, as well as it's possible to use multi-component systems, which belong to the raw materials, which can include some small amount of impurities. And from this point of view, we need to build up models to be able to describe our system completely. And to do that, we need to collect a lot of thermodynamic and thermophysical properties like phase diagrams, heat capacity, enthalpy. We need to know the vapor pressure, Gibbs energy, density, thermal conductivity, and viscosity of these materials. And if we have reliable database, we can select different mixtures. For example, here on the reciprocal system, between 4 components, we can select several compositions which have different properties, and based on this, we can model also cascaded latent heat storages. We can variate the mixtures inside of these storage tanks. And as I mentioned, for studying such systems, one of the best choice it is simultaneous thermal analysis. However, they can be also used separately, like thermogrammetry or these devices. And from this point of view, when we start to work with the salt systems, we need to understand that they are quite hygroscopic and have possibility to have some impurities inside. Therefore, we can use these devices also for purification and for detection of impurities. Also, the salts are quite corrosive, therefore we need to pay attention by selection of the crucible materials, and they can creep and wet the different materials. Therefore, this issue also should be considered, as well as salts can be decomposed or evaporated. Therefore, the temperature range should be also selected properly. And to select it, we can use actually thermogrammetry to detect the vaporization and decomposition of salts. The main crucible materials which can be selected, you can see here. It is platinum or graphite can be used in the best case if you want to avoid the creeping effect of the salts. And so looks like the typical DTA curves for pure compounds. For example, sodium nitrate, I would say it is an ideal case when the melting and crystallization occurs at almost the same temperature, and we don't see any vaporization of the sample. This is thermogrammetric signal, and it is an ideal case. However, we need to deal with many different salts which can have undercooling, which can evaporate or decompose. Therefore, the story becomes more complicated if we want to vary these properties. For example, here you can see the thermal stability test of this mixture, which was performed during 1 month. So the storage materials should be very stable during several years, and that can be tested as well. So you can see after 1 month, we are losing some material. Almost 3% of our sample was lost. However, if we are observing just in a few cycles, in 1 day measurements, yes, it seems to be stable. However, for the long term, it will be decomposing. Additionally, the DTA signal showing us also the degradation of the sample, because we can consider the undercooling effects, and you can see how it was variated with each cycle which we have performed during these measurements. And one of the main properties which we need to study, this is heat capacity and enthalpy, as well as we need to understand the phase diagrams, which is also possible if we evaluating the data from the differential scanning colorimetry. Here you can see the mixture was selected between sodium and potassium nitrate, 50-50 mixture, and then we can obtain all these transition temperatures as well as the absolute value of the heat capacity. And this behavior was observed on the first heating. If we continue to do the experiment, we can heat it the second time and the third time. You can see by the second heating, we observing already another behavior due to formation of metastable phases, which can be seen also by these measurements. And it can influence on the interpretation and also on the evaluation of the data. Therefore, this point should be taken account. And we can use differential scanning colorimetry, and to verify this data, we can use additionally so-called thermomechanical analysis, which using mechanical signal, the thermal expansion, the length change of the sample to identify the phase transitions. And it is so sensitive that we can see the structure changing due to this expansion. And here you can see by the measurements, however, already you can see the schematic also quite wide. We can create the force which is in direct contact with starting from 10 milliNewton up additional analysis of the behavior under load of the sample. Solid phase thermal expansion can be used for investigation of the thermal expansion in the liquid phase. You can see here the sample was melted, as well as we can analyze also the thermal expansion based on the density. For example, we can compare our experimental results, which are in the black line, with the literature data. You can see how it is in a good agreement. So these crucibles allow us to get reliable results, very accurate results of the thermal expansion of liquid phases as well. And one of another properties which is necessary to know, it is thermal conductivity, which can be measured with laser flash analysis. Initially, we are measuring thermal diffusivity of the sample, and here you can see the schematic description of this methodology. We have the power source, which will be used to heat the sample from one side, and we have infrared detector on the top, and the temperature increase will be monitoring continuously, and based on this experimental result, we can derive the thermal diffusivity. This is shown here. based on this equation, this is the time half rise time, and we need to know also the thickness of the sample. And as you have seen, the results of the TMA showing that the length of the sample is changing during the experiment. Therefore, this length change should be also considered for LFA measurements. So we need to combine different methodologies, different devices to get proper results for LFA measurements, for example. And based on the thermal diffusivity, we can calculate also the thermal conductivity by knowing heat capacity and density of the material. And here you can see an example for the same mixture, 50-50 mixture between sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate, which have been studied with the DSC and TMA methods, and the same behavior, the same change after the first heating we can observe also on the significantly decreased for the metal stable state. And this behavior was already reproducible by the third heating as well. So at the end, we can combine all our techniques and characterize our materials from different sides and get the full picture of the properties of our materials. Actually, I'm close to the end, and here you can see some conclusions. So we can obtain with the thermal analysis the purity of initial samples. We can observe the thermal stability during the long term, or also considering the decomposition reaction, sublimation, and vaporization. We can perform different heterogeneous reactions under oxidizing, reducing atmosphere. We can work under inert atmosphere, which is very helpful if we are working with the thermochemical reactions. We can detect the enthalpies of these reactions. However, we need to consider the interaction with the crucible material and pay attention by the selection of the geometries of these crucibles, as well as we can obtain the phase diagrams. However, we need to think about the formation of the metal stable phases, supercooling effects, and reciprocal reactions if we working with the multi-component systems. And also we need to pay attention by the sample preparation, sintering effects can be considered, and we can obtain the thermal expansion and thermal diffusivity. And based on this data, we can calculate also the thermal conductivity data. Actually, I showed almost 3 devices, but for sure there are much more possibilities what we have for energy storage materials, and you can contact us. If you have more questions, please feel free to ask me and my colleagues. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dr. Dimitri, thank you very much for your presentation.
Sorry, I cannot hear you very well now. The sound is somehow.
Okay, Dr. Dimitri, thank you for your presentation, and we apologize for the connection and the situation during your presentation. And unfortunately, due to the limited time, there is no discussion session, and we have to end this session. And for the last, Mr. BD, would you give short speak to the participant, please?
Okay, thank you to the Symposium committee 2024 for the opportunity for us, PT LMS Indonesia, as a supplier of laboratory equipment and a working partner that has been closely established with BRIN so far. Due to the limited time for the presentation, if there are any questions, we as the sole agent of the thermal analysis invite all of you to visit our booth in front of this conference room. Once again, on behalf of PT LMS Indonesia and NETS Thermal Analysis, we would like to express our gratitude for all your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Widi. If anyone need discussion, you can visit the LMS Indonesian booth and for the last, I hope you enjoy this seminar and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished participants, thank you very much to our speakers and moderators for the informative session. Thank you for your attendance and participation in the plenary session 1 and 2. Now, we may have all speakers to come to the stage and invite Professor Dr. Yeni Meliana, Professor Aisyah Abdul Jalil, and Professor Didi Dwi Anggoro to give placard and certificate to the all speakers.
For Prof. Dr. Yeni Meliana, please give placard and certificate to Professor Dr. Masato Tominaga. For Professor Aisyah Abdul Jalil, please give placard and certificate to Professor Tatsuo Maruyama. And Professor Didi Dwi Anggoro, please give placard and certificate to Dr. Nur Farhana Jafar.
And Sudiarmanto, PhD, please give placard and certificate to PT LMS Indonesia.
For all the speakers, please take picture together for the have the give a placard. Please, all the speakers, please take picture together.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break time until 1 p.m. But before break time, we will inform you.
We will have 2 parallel sessions in the first floor at noon for both offline and online participants. First parallel session will be started from 1 until 3 p.m. Second parallel sessions will be start from 3 p.m. until 5 p.m. Please join this symposium 10 minutes before the schedule of parallel sessions for registration. For online participants, please join the breakout room in Zoom meeting. For all of our participants, please feel free to check the schedule and technical guidelines at link 3. But before that, I will inform you.
The first parallel session is divided into 4 rooms, started with presentation from the invited speakers in each room. Class A of parallel session 1 with the topic of analytical and environmental chemistry, computational and theoretical chemistry will be moderated by Eric Budi Sautiku, PhD. The class A is at room Sumbadra, and we have Associate Professor Dr. Liu Pengyan as the invited speaker. Class B of parallel session 1 with the topic renewable energy, design process and chemical engineering, energy management, safety and policy with the moderator Dr. Joni Prasetyo. The class B is at room Ambimanyu, and we have Dr. Desi Arianti, STMT as the invited speaker. Class C of parallel session 1 will discuss related to hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization and storage, food chemistry and processing with the moderator Dr. Agus Ketut Sunardianto. The class C at room Wisanggeni, and we have Murni Handayani, PhD as the invited speaker.
Class D of parallel session 1 will discuss related to food, chemistry and processing, design process and chemical engineering with the moderator Sudiarmanto, PhD. The class at room Antaraja. And we have Muhammad Ridwan, PhD as the invited speaker. Class E of parallel session 1 will discuss related to materials chemistry and catalysis with the moderator Dr. Muhammad Al-Muttaqi at room A, Amartapura Hall E. This class only available for online participants. All the moderators of this session are from Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN.
The second parallel session will be start at 3:15 until 5:30 p.m. This parallel session is also divided into 4 rooms for both offline and online participants. Class A of parallel session 2 with the topic analytical and environmental chemistry, computational and theoretical chemistry will be moderated by Dr. Putri Ramdhani. The class A is at room Sumbadra. Class B of parallel session 2 with the topic renewable energy, design process and chemical engineering, energy management, safety and policy with the moderator Dr. Muhammad Bagus Arif. The class B is at room Abimanyu. Class C of parallel session 2 will discuss related to hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization and storage, food chemistry and processing with the moderator Dr. Satrio Kuntalaksono. The class C is at room Wisanggeni.
Class D of parallel session 2 will discuss related to food chemistry and processing, design process and chemical engineering with the moderator Dr. Abdul Aziz. The class D is at room Antareja. Class E of parallel session 2 will discuss related to materials chemistry and catalysis with the moderator Saifur Rahman PhD at room Amartapura Hall B. This class only available for only participants. All the moderators of this session are from Research Center for Chemistry, BRIN.
For online participants, we will inform you how to join the breakout room in Zoom meeting. Participants of ISAC ICCPPE Concept 2024 can select breakout rooms as follows. Click on More and choose the breakout room menu. Subsequently, the panel for rooms A, B, C, and D will appear, allowing you to select the room that suits your needs by clicking Join. Alternatively, the host can also allocate you to the allocated breakout room for the parallel session based on your Zoom ID. Name, hence kindly adjust your Zoom ID to reflect your involvement in this conference. We hope all the participants will be joined in each room until the end of this day.
Thank you and enjoy your conference. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kita juga bisa sendiri. Terus yang moderator, saya dapat moderator ya? Enggak, bro. Enggak tahu, ada nama. Udah diganti. Ganti ganti sama. Ini Bu Desi nih, Pras. Bu Desi ganti Andri. Dicoret aja kalau ada orang tanya. Oh iya.
Laboratories, industrial facilities, startup and SMEs, in office rooms, working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. Indonesia, science and technology resources, resource ecosystem, research-based global foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind.
future is the source of inspiration, which is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome the limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045, consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation, transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045. Consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. Tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045. Consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs. tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045, consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation, transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation. Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented